5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. In. Visualize live.
Good morning. How are you? Welcome to Sewing Street. It is a big day today. It's great to have your company. And let's start, as we always do, with a early bird. It's the perfect early bird. It really is. Moda Grunge, vanilla, 2.5 meters at a very special price. Absolutely love Moda Grunge. It has got that gorgeous multi-tonal effect. It goes with traditional, it goes with modern, it seems to blend with every colour. It's just a brilliant fabric, and Moda quality, of course, is absolutely sublime. Now this is a 44-inch wide, 100% quilt weight cotton, beautiful quality, and 2.5 meters. So the perfect bundle size to use as a background for lots of quilts, including some of the quilts you'll see today. Right, let's get straight to the price. It should be $42.45. You are making a saving. Here's your price, $36.45. Amazing. That's making the cost per metre drop by £6 in total. £6 saving. Morning, Anne. She says, morning, lovely Stuart. Morning, Annette too. She says, good morning, lovely Stuart. Happy Tuesday. Happy indeed. Brilliant price for Moda Grunge. It's a 2.5 metre piece. Loads here. I'm going to open it out so you can see. You get such a lot. You could use this for backing. I mean, it's 44 inches wide. It's a big piece of fabric. Oh, here we go. Right, so look, here's your width. And all of this brilliant stuff. Morning. I got volume 3, so I can just enjoy watching the programme now. Liz, thank you. Yes, We Love Quilting, volume 3 launches this hour. It's on pre-order. I'm a bit biased, but I think it's the best one yet. It's Scrappy Stars, 3 full quilt patterns, including this one. I'll be launching it in just a moment. If you want to jump onto the web and get your copy of We Love Quilting Volume 3 Scrappy Stars, then now is the time. It's the biggest one too, 36 pages. It's practically a book. Right. I'll talk about that in a minute. Keep going through. 4 is flying out. It's absolutely flying out. 2.5 meters of Moda Grunge. Big quantity, a big quantity allocated for this early bird, but it is flying out. How many in baskets, Ben? Ooh, okay, 40 of you with it in your basket. Be quick with your checkouts, won't you? Multi-buyers as well. Remember, 2.5 metre panels stitched together is going to give you a king-size quilt backing for under £75, which is pretty phenomenal, actually. But, I mean, when you do the maths and work out what it would cost, that is a fantastic, fantastic buy. Morning to Gillian. She says, morning, Stuart and team. Let's say a quick hello to the gallery. We've got Ollie directing. Hello. And we've got Ben, producer, looking very important. Look at that. And we've got Finn in the studio. Yo, Finn. Excellent. That's enough. Off you go. Honestly. Right. There's our early bird, 2.5 metre bundle, Moda Grunge in vanilla. It's absolutely flying out. Gorgeous multi-tonal. Absolutely love that. Right, best of luck with that. Let's look at our menu. Right, first off, this hour, We Love Quilting Volume 3. We've got the Feathered Star Medallion quilt, twisted ribbons and dancing stars and that gorgeous feathered star in the centre. We've also got stars in the cabin. You learn to make the courthouse steps log cabin and the scrappy star, and I'm going to teach you how to do no more tears / tears foundation piecing. You're going to love this. And the third quilt in the series is Lemoyne Star, Scrappy Lemoyne Star. Brand new way to make it, no templates, no diamonds, no paper piecing, and it's a real Lemoyne Star, not a looky-likey. So those are our 3 patterns, loads of history, loads of tips and tricks, all in one pattern for $11.99. You heard me right, $11.99. Right, keep going through for that, won't you? Right, shall we get started? Let's do it. Let's do it. Right. Well, welcome to We Love Quilting Volume 3. Now, behind me, this is the Scrappy Lemoyne Star. I had the best time making this quilt. I really did. It's 9 blocks. The Lemoyne Star, interesting history. Where did it come from and who's Lemoyne? Well, originally, one story is that there was a Frenchman who designed a tiled floor for the Palace of Versailles when it was being built. And this star is in the tiles. And after he designed it for the Palace of Versailles, he included this star in his family coat of arms. Further down the line, members of the same family moved to America and actually founded 2 brothers, the Lemoyne brothers, founded New Orleans. And again, it's in their coat of arms. It then became a popular quilt pattern in the area of New Orleans and then kind of spread across America. French speakers continued to call it the Lemoyne Star. More sort of English speakers called it the Lemon Star, and it became a quilter's favourite. Now, normally it's made with templates and tricky diamonds and paper piecing. There is a way of making it. I'm going to grab the block, actually. There's a way of making it which uses half square triangles, because if you look, you'd be forgiven for thinking half square triangle, and there are some looky-likey blocks, but if you look carefully, and if I pop a ruler here, you can see that these are not half square triangles. They don't go down to here, and they're not meant to go down to there. It's actually 8 diamonds sewn together, and either a set-in square and set-in triangles, or sometimes that corner is divided up, as mine is, into a diagonal. And quite often this section is foundation pieced. None of that in the pattern. There is none of that. There's no foundation piecing. There are no templates to cut. It's squares and rectangles. I am going to show you how. But let's continue talking about the quilts. So you've got this scrappy square on point sashing, which I absolutely loved making. Now, there was a point where I thought, I worked out how many there was to make, and I thought, am I up for that? I wasn't sure. But as soon as I started making them, I knew that I had to include them in the quilt. But I have also given directions in the pattern for if you want to miss these out and put plain fabric in there, still have the thin border either side, you can. So there's lots and lots to learn in the Lemoyne Star. Now, I'm going to head back over that side. So, in a minute. I'm going to head over there and we'll talk about the stars in the cabin. Let me show you a bit more of the pattern itself. So, you know, I always love to include a bit of history. And, you know, why are there so many star quilts and star patterns? There is a lot of similarity, particularly American quilts, with traditional Native American buffalo robes. And this is a buffalo robe here from the Lakota people. And when you look at the colours, and you look at that radiating star and the border around it, there are really striking similarities. You can see where people were inspired then to use those colours and that sort of style in their quilting. Buffalo robes were used in things like marriage ceremonies and coming of age ceremonies, wrapped around people to sort of bring their ancestors to the party. And you know, I've always said about my quilts, I want people to feel wrapped in love, and it's clearly not an original idea. Now, let's talk about stars in the cabin. So last time on We Love Quilting, we did log cabin quilts, but I didn't include a courthouse steps block. So I thought it would be fun to include it in this. If you have a look here, this block right here is the courthouse steps block. And it represents the steps up to the courthouse, as the name suggests. Made like a log cabin, but instead of working around in a clockwise or anti-clockwise route, what you do is start with the centre square and you add equal sized logs to two opposite sides and two opposite sides, two opposite sides and two opposite sides. So that's a nice easy block to get started with. I've teamed that with scrappy stars here. Now, my original plan was to use a plain cream in the centre and plain blue in the corners. But of course, I thought, hang on, this is all about using up your scraps. And surely it would be better to piece those units. So that's exactly what I've done. Now, this unit here, these triangles, you could use a template to make. I foundation pieced them, but I know that a lot of quilters don't want to do foundation piecing or don't like the tearing off of the paper and don't like using a small stitch because it's hard to unpick. So in the pattern, I've included what I call the no more tears or tears method for foundation piecing, which I'm going to show you in this hour how to do. It could just revolutionize how you do foundation piecing. So that's the scrappy stars in the cabin. Loved making that. That's already been on the bed at home. Remember, you get all three patterns for $11.99. You are not having to buy three separate patterns. Okay, the last pattern that's included in We Love Quilting Volume 3 is this one right here. It's called the Feathered Star Medallion Quilt. And you can see there in the centre is that bold, beautiful feathered star. Now, this is a real classic block. Foundation pieced, but you could also use the No More Tears version. It's a big block. It's a big block. So you're making one and you're done. Then from the, and that is quite an advanced block to make. So that one is the only one in the booklet which is a more advanced project. But just the star. Okay, once you get then to the twisted ribbon border, it's quarter square and half square triangles, easy peasy. Out in the outer border, you've got what I call a dancing stars border. You see the way the stars undulate and dance around the quilt? Really easy to make. You're going to have such fun making that quilt. Okay, let's go back to the pattern. Right. Busy for the pattern. Thank you everyone for tuning in. Oh, we've got some messages. Good morning, Stuart. I love your pattern. It's also my birthday, but the quilt you made is gorgeous. Victoria, the important thing right now is it's your birthday. Happy birthday. Mwah! Wonderful. Morning, Stuart and team. I got out of my sick bed to order We Love Quilting Volume 3, and I'm hoping to watch as much as I can this morning. Julie, I'm sorry you're not feeling well, but stay with us if you can. Grab yourself a blankie or a quilt and relax with us. I've bought Volume 3. Do you have a helicopter delivery service? I can't wait. Thank you, Stuart, for sharing with us. Karen, we don't currently have a helicopter delivery service, but it's only a matter of time before we get a drone. Susie from Worcester. It's our Susie Duncan. Hi, Susie. Fabulous early bird, great blender, beautiful star quilts, and I'm excited about Volume 3. Dog walk on hold. Yes, till 9 o'clock. Well, maybe till 1. Now, none of these patterns are in any of my books, okay? They are just exclusively available in We Love Quilting Volume 3. I don't sell them on my website. I don't sell my patterns anywhere else. If you want We Love Quilting Volume 3 or any of these star patterns, then this is the only place you can get them. So we start off with a bit of history and a bit of talk about the kind of romance of star quilts. Next up, a good bit of kind of designer information where we talk about standard quilt sizes. So that if you see a pattern that you love, like Lemoyne Star, but you think, I want to make a baby quilt, I give you the sizes. You might look at the stars in the cabinet and think, but I've got a king size bed, I give you the sizes. So they're really useful reference points to have, like a reference chart. Then I talk about two-colour quilts. I always like to include some colour theory so that you can make a quilt your own, and so it really reflects your style. Talk about the history of two-colour quilts and kind of where they came from, why they're important. But then also talk about a sort of more modern interpretation of a two-colour quilt. So if you have a look at Stars in the Cabin, this would be classed as a two-colour quilt, that blue and cream, okay? Now, traditionally, that would be one blue fabric and one cream fabric, probably a blue, indigo blue, ditzy print or a little floral sprig, and then the cream would be calico, just plain cream fabric. Gorgeous, graphic, bold, but these days we have so much gorgeous fabric, it would seem a shame not to use at least all of it in one quilt. So I use multiple creams, multiple blues. It gives the same look, but in a more fresh and modern way. So you've got all of that about two-colour quilts. So plenty of history, plenty of colour and design tips, and also how to resize and make your own quilts. Then we go into the actual quilt patterns themselves. We start with Stars in the Cabin. This quilt is 72 inches square, so a really good size for kind of all sizes of bed and throw, but also achievable on your domestic sewing machine. I give some tips for cutting in general and specifically for this quilt too. Linda from Hampshire says, good morning, Stuart. I love all things stars and especially your patterns. I have all 3 volumes now and cannot wait to start sewing. Thank you. Ah, Linda, that's really exciting. Thank you. Start sorting your scraps out. Get them ready, get them ironed and get them ready, and then you can dive straight in. So start off with courthouse log cabin, easy to make, okay? Then we'd make the star block. Now, most of the stars are like this, a cream background with a blue star. But if we go back to the quilt for a second, you'll see that we've also got some blue background and cream stars. So I give you all the quantities you'll need to make, but if you just want to make a cushion, you can do that too. Alison Marion's got in touch via Facebook. Hi, Alison, to say, morning, Stuart. Lovely quilts. I'm looking forward to watching Wendy's demos. Hey, I'm going to demo as well, Alison. Looking forward to that. Delia says, I love this, Stuart, and the bonus is that every day is a school day. Learning so much, thank you. I really enjoy doing the research for these patterns, thank you. Delia also says, good morning, Stuart and team. Hilary says, morning, Stuart, it's raining in Bonaldswick today, so I'm staying in and watching you. Just because it's raining, Hilary? Yeah, stay in, stay warm. We use the no more tears or no more tears method. I'm going to show you that now, actually. Let's go to a little demo. Right, glasses going on. Right, so first things first, you'll have a copy of the foundation, okay, in your pattern. Now, here's the really good news. You only need to make 1 copy of the foundation for the whole quilt. Not this one, that one. For the whole quilt, you only need 1 foundation. If you want to do it the traditional foundation piecing method, you can. If you want to do it with templates, print a couple of copies of the foundation off and cut it apart. All you've got to do to make a template is add 1/4 inch to each side of the shape, and you've got your templates. That's why you'll need 2 or 3 copies. But have a go at the no more tears version. Right, I'll show you how to do it. So the first thing that you want to do is get your foundation and you want to fold it along the piecing lines, which in this case, there's only 2, So it's a nice, easy one to start. So pre-fold it. The next thing that you're going to do is you're going to grab your first fabric, which is going to be the background fabric for this part here, the big triangle. And as we always do with foundation piecing, we're going to place it on the plain unprinted side of the foundation with the pretty side of the fabric facing up. Now the next thing that you want to do, I'm going to pop one pin through the center just for now. I'm going to flip it over and I'm going to pin from the right side. And I say all of this in the pattern. I'm going to put 2 pins because I don't just want it to hold the fabric there temporarily. I want it to hold the fabric there until I'm completely finished and I've trimmed the whole block. So I'm going to pop a pin there and a pin there. Now I can take out that center one. All right? So first pin. Step 2, I'm going to fold back on the first piecing line and I'm going to use my add a quarter ruler. We've got this on the show. And I'm going to trim away that corner triangle. Now, if you wanted to, you could pre-trim your fabric and then you wouldn't have to do that. Okay, so I've done that. Now I've got my star point fabrics. I've been quite generous with these because the last thing I want to do on live television is get it wrong, but I'm still going to place it right sides together and I'm going to flip it back and just make sure that everything covers up nicely. All right. Once I'm sure and I'm happy, I'm going to pick this up and I'm going to fold my foundation out of the way. So just where it was when I trimmed it, I'm not sewing through the paper. I'm going to take this to my sewing machine and I'm going to use the fold as a guide and I'm going to sew as close to that fold as I can possibly get. Regular stitch length, not short. Okay, so you can start off the fabric and I'm just using the fold as a guide and it almost acts as a little buffer against the sewing foot, machine foot. Okay, so have a look there. Can you see I have not sewn through the paper? I've sewn as close, really close, to that folded paper as I possibly can. Now I'm going to flip the paper back and the fabric back, finger press, and I can grab another pin and pop it through just to hold that fabric in place. Return it back. Be quick on the pattern, by the way. We've got what we've got, and then when it's gone, we can't get any more today. So I'm back to the right side of the foundation, the printed side, flip back, and this time I'm not even going to bother returning my fabric, or my paper rather, out. I'm going to put my fabrics together, like so. And then, with the paper still out of the way, I'm going to sew as close to that fold as I can get. This is no more tears and no more tears. One foundation to do the entire quilt. And this is a nice, easy foundation to start with. If you are trying this method for the first time, and I'm sure most of you, this will be the first time of doing this method, it's a really easy one to get started with. Okay, so that's all done. I'm now going to give my foundation a little press. Let's go from the fabric side. I'm using posh pins here, those gorgeous June Taylor pins that will take a little bit of heat as well. So I can even press over the top of those pins and it's not going to hurt them at all. Okay. Right, so now what I'm going to do, I've still got all my pins in place. I'm going to return it to the right side and I'm going to trim the paper. Now I've left my paper untrimmed at the moment. I'm adding 1/4 inch all the way round. On your foundation in the pattern, you've actually got the 1/4 inch seam allowance marked all the way around. But this one, I just prepped really quickly. So I'm going round. Now, once you've trimmed this paper once, it'll stay trimmed then for all the other units that you're going to make. So I've trimmed all the way round. There's my foundation. Take the pins out. And I have my perfectly pieced, and I've still got my foundation ready for the next one. No more tears, no more tears. How cool is that? And you can use that really for any foundation piecing pattern. The simpler, the easier. Okay, so there's your first skill. And really within the pattern, that is your most kind of competent beginner bit. The rest of it, super, super easy. Right, so that is that pattern. Let's move on and see what else we get. Now, of course, you get your full layout. To finish off the edge, now I was in two minds about this. I was going to end the quilt there with the blocks, but I didn't like the fact that these units didn't finish off. So I've included a border which finishes off the edges beautifully and really, really makes a sort of show point of these units. Easy to do. It's all in the pattern. Annette's message to say, hi, Stuart, lovely man, love your patterns. Are volume 1 and 2 still available? Thank you so much for all your knowledge. It's very kind of you, Annette. Volume 1 and 2 are still available. We will give you the details of those shortly. But yes, they are. They're on the website. You can get Volume 1 and Volume 2 as well. Build the whole series if you want. There's nothing that you need in Volume 1 or 2 to make these 3 patterns, by the way. Each of the volumes stands alone. So if you want to just get Volume 3, Scrappy Stars, you absolutely can. Okay, right, let's move on to the Lemoyne Star. It's mine, it's mine. Now, Lemoyne Star, normally you would have to cut out diamonds. Let me show you. So here's my block. Very proud of that centre. You'd have to cut out these diamonds, big triangles and squares, and then hand piece it together because you've got set in squares and set in triangles. Now, as I say, there's a modern version, like a lookalike, where you use half square triangles, but you can see from where that sits, it's not a half square triangle. It doesn't go fully to the line. So it's not truly a Lemoyne Star. But this is a brand new method for making Lemoyne Stars. It's all explained in the pattern, but I'm going to show you how. Okay. Right. So for your Lemoyne Star, for a quarter of a Lemoyne Star, all you need are some rectangles of fabric. These are going to form your star. Some big squares and some small squares. Half the stock's gone. The other half's in baskets. If you want We Love Quilting Volume 3, we can't get more. This is my last day as well. So if you do want Volume 3, you'd need to get it today. Okay, right. Let me show you what we're going to do. So I'm just going to grab one of these and one of these, and I'm going to do a stitch and flip corner. Okay? I'm just going to refer to my pattern so I get it round the right way. I've put lots and lots of pictures in the pattern so that you've got lots of visual references. Okay, I'm going to mark the diagonal using a friction pen. You could use a pencil if you prefer. If you've got a laser light on your sewing machine, you can just use that. And then I'm going to use a centre needle position, regular sewing length, stitch length, and I'm going to sew on the line. Okay. Now, as always, we're not going to just trim that off. We're going to flip the unit back. We're going to make sure that we get a perfect fit. If we're happy, then we press it. And then we can trim away what's underneath. Now, an add a quarter ruler is brilliant for this too, when you're taking off the flippy corners, because that will butt against your seam allowance and you can trim that off. Okay, we've done that unit. I'm going to grab, turn it around that way. I'm going to grab my other, and I'm going to make a mirror image, okay? I want a mirror image. So I'm going to draw the diagonal going the other way. Mark that in. And then stitch it. Such a cool method. No diamonds. No paper piecing. I mean, there's a time and place for these things, but I think if there's an alternative, let's give it a try. Again, flip it back. Make sure that it's a mirror image before you start trimming. All of these little checks will really help you to avoid kind of costly mistakes. Okay, so I've done that. I've got now mirror image. Right, I'm going to grab my 2 squares. And the next thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to stitch them. This looks weird and wrong, doesn't it? I'm going to flip that down to there, and I'm going to sew. Obviously, I can't sew to the very end of the rectangle, but I can sew to the end of the square. So 1/4 of an inch seam allowance. Okay, flip it up and press. So I've done that. Now I'm going to do the same on this side. Right sides together, and I'm going to stitch 1/4 of an inch all along the top of the square. There we go. Happy? Right, next up, I'm going to get those 2 units and place them right sides together. I'm going to make sure that they match up. All looks wrong, doesn't it? All looks weird. All right, happy? Next thing I'm going to do now is grab a ruler, and I'm going to lay that ruler from corner to corner. Grab your rotary cutter and cut. Now, keep these bits. We need them later. If you want to pin, you can, but I'm not going to. I'm going to move this out the way, and I'm going to take this straight to my sewing machine. 1/4 of an inch seam allowance, and sew on that line. Now, I best pressed my fabrics before I started, and that's a really smart thing to do. Oh, yeah. Grab my... Let me grab... Ooh. Just grab these bits. Okay, I'm going to give it a press. I'm going to open out my seam allowance. Press it open. Hopefully you can see what's happened. Okay. Press. And there is the first quarter of my Lemoyne star. And if I bring my original in, so you are going to make 4 of these and stitch them together, just like that. Easy. No set-in seams, no paper piecing, no muss, no fuss. Deborah says, morning, Stuart. Love your demos. Thank you. Karen says, morning, Stuart and crew. Oops, yet another scrappy quilts book making its way home. And just had to get the early bird. What a great deal. Very, very useful for this quilt. Now, I mentioned using the scraps, kneading the scraps. And here's why. I'm going to grab this. This is the cream that I cut off earlier on, okay? Give that a quick press. And what you're going to do now is you're going to cut a 2-inch square, okay? So I'm going to cut here. I'm going to cut here. I'm going to trim that little dog ear off there because I don't need that. Apologies, you can't actually use that bit. And I'm going to cut there. And what I now have are 4 sets of triangles. There you go. So you might like to do that as you're making your Lemoyne stars, and then you'll have all of them ready for when you make your sashing. Messages. Morning, Stuart and team. Fantastic demo. I've got all 3 now. That's fantastic, Heather. Thank you so much. It is building into a nice series. Rachel says, hi, Stuart. Fantastic demo. Oh, my goodness, so easy. Well, hopefully you like the No More Tears foundation piecing and the Lemoyne star. That was a wow demo, Kate. Thank you. Brilliant. You know, if there's an easier way of doing it, I'll take it. Oh, Stuart, I can't move. I'm fascinated by the demos and obviously ordered your Scrappy Stars instructions roll on volume 4. Thank you, Leslie. Hopefully. Oh, bless you. Well, like I say, I want to make quilting as easy and accessible as possible, but you still got to get great results, haven't you? You still want brilliant results, but let's make it easier if we possibly can. Right, so, and as I say, when I was making the quilt, I made the Lemoyne star blocks first of all, and then I got to the bit where I was like going to make the sashings, and I worked out how many. In fact, I'm going to read you a little bit from the pattern. So here we go. The sashing strips are made of a row of 7 little square in a square units. And for the quilt, you need 168 of these little units. Now, let me be honest with you. I didn't know if I was up to making this many units. I ummed and I ahed. And then I made a couple of units and placed them around the Lemoyne star blocks. And I knew that I had to do it. One of the things I talk about in the pattern is about how you create balance in a quilt. Now, if you have a look at the whole quilt for just a second, I think we've got a picture of the whole quilt that you can see. You'll see that there are 2 pink stars, 2 red stars, and 3 brown stars. And it's hard because the rest of the quilt's there now, but when I laid them out on the floor, they didn't exactly go together. Red, pink, brown, blue didn't necessarily go together. The scrappy squares on points, okay, in the sashings, because you can combine blue, pink, red and brown in every one of those scrappy sashings, it means that the whole quilt starts to make sense. Do you see what I mean? You can achieve the same thing by using the border fabric between the Lemoyne star blocks. That will also make it make sense because the border fabric has pink, red, brown and blue in it. I actually bought that border fabric after I'd made the quilt top, so it was a bit of a happy accident. But you could start with the border fabric and work backwards. But those scrappy units really, really help to pull everything together. Now imagine that quilt done all in blues and creams like my stars in the cabin, or all red and white as a beautiful crisp 2-colour quilt. What about doing the whole thing totally dual colours with navy background, stars that really pop against a dark midnight sky? Just lots and lots of ways you can use that one pattern. Okay, let's move on to the third and final pattern, which is the feathered medallion. Now, feathered star, real classic. This is definitely a more advanced quilt, okay? Foundation pieced, but what takes this into a more advanced quilt is your colour placement. Because, and I mentioned this in the pattern, if you want your colours to flow around the star, you need to remember when you're piecing your unit that your unit is the reverse image of your plan. So if you want the pink here, it's actually the unit that's facing this way. When you look at it, that will flip and it will go here. So for that reason, I've included a fully coloured layout of the quilt, but also a colouring sheet. So you can plan everything right down. Now, the easiest way to make this quilt is not to do a rainbow version, is to do a one or a two colour quilt. So blue and cream or blue and white, red and white, something like that. Because then where you place your fabrics as you're making your star doesn't matter because they're all blue or they're all red, yeah? So I do say, you know, that would be a great place to start, or at the very least, make a few of these units as a test run first to get the idea of where you're placing your fabrics. But all of your foundations are all included, all full size, printed in the back. This is the only one that joins together. You've got the red lines, just butt them together and a piece of tape. You get a lot. It's actually 36 pages. It's 36 pages. The last one that I did, volume 2, was the biggest, and that was 24 pages. So there's 12 extra pages in this one. So you're getting a huge amount of value. It's a third more. Yeah, it's a lot more. But I mean, I just had so much fun making these quilts and designing them. Right, there's nearly 500 of you with it in your baskets. I do not have that many patterns. We can't print any more, by the way. We can't print any more this week. We have a capacity for printing and we are beyond it. My name's Mud. Because also as well, I would go ahead and put 36 pages. If it was 24 pages, we might have been able to do a few more. But because of the size of the bookazine, we can't do any more at all. So if you want to get hold of volume 3, you need to get it today, please. There's way more of you with it in your baskets than we've got. Apologies for that. We can reprint in the future, next month maybe, but we cannot reprint this week. You're getting great value. You know me, I always try and give as great value as I possibly can. Right, let's talk twisted ribbon border. I'll show you. I actually had a question the other day on Facebook asking how to create a border like this. It's cute, isn't it? Really cute. Twisted ribbon. And so here's our unit. And it's quarter square triangles and half square triangles, okay? And I want to show you how I make my quarter square triangles because it's it's not unique, but it's different to how most people make them. But it's good. It's a good method. You'll like it. You'll like it. So I haven't done this to the size from the pattern. I just want to demo how to do it. So I've got 2 squares of fabric and I've placed them right sides together. Okay. And what I'm going to do is use a friction pen and a ruler to carefully mark both diagonals. So here's one. And here's the other. And this will make 4 half units in one go. Okay. Now I'm going to explain what I'm going to do before I actually do it, because once I'm doing it, you can't really see. I'm going to pin everything together nice and carefully inside each of these big triangles. Right, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to sew, but I'm not sewing from one side to the other at all. I'm going to sew 1/4 of an inch to the left of this line. So I'm going to kind of just mark it roughly. I'm going to sew there. And I'm going to stop when I hit that line. Then I'm going to sew on the left-hand side of this line all the way down to the centre and stop. Left-hand side, all the way down to the centre. So it's almost like I'm sewing a pinwheel. Does that make sense? Thank goodness. I'm cooking with gas today. If I'm making sense, I'm doing well. So 1/4 of an inch. And when I get right to the set, now if you want to be absolutely certain that you're going to hit the centre, you can always stop a stitch or two away, and then just use the needle up, needle down function on your machine to take one more stitch or two more stitches, rather than having to hand crank. I'm going to do that on every side. So just the left-hand side of the line, and always stopping at the centre. Which, having done this many, many times, is an easy job. I mean, it is an easy job. Here's the last one. There we go. Right, so you can see that a bit more clearly now. I've sewn on the left-hand side of every line, but only to the centre. Right, next up, I'm going to ruin it now and iron away all the lines. But you know where the diagonals are. There we go. We want to set the seam. Okay, and then grab your ruler, and you're going to now cut this from corner to corner. Now, the only reason why I ever go over this twice is because of the height of this desk. It's not a good height for cutting, as everyone observes. There we go. Right, so now I've got my 4 units, and when I open these out, it's 1, 2, 3, and 4. And they're all identical, and you can grab 2 of them and sew them together, and there's your 1/4 square triangle. Easy, really easy to do that method. Now, half 2 opposite sides of the quilt have units going this way, like this. Oh, sorry, not like that at all, Stuart. Like, where are they? Ah. Yes, there we go, like that, yeah? So half of the pieces that you need are like that, but half of them are like that. And before you start thinking, ooh, how on earth do I do that? Do I have to try and sew on the right-hand side of the line? All you have to do is put your 2 squares together, but instead of marking your diagonals on the background fabric, so the white in my case, you turn it over and mark the diagonal on the coloured fabric on the wrong side, and sew from that side, and it will give you reverse images, yeah, mirror images. And then all you're going to do, once you've done that, you are going to sew one of these units to a half square triangle of your background or your dark fabric, and that will create that unit. Loads and loads of techniques in the 3 patterns. You learn a lot. I've tried to make sure that all of the techniques are interesting, cool, new, if possible, or a twist on something you might already know, or a different way. Because one of the things I really believe in is that there's probably not one way to do anything. There's always a few different ways, but we only ever learn one way to start with, don't we? You know, when I learned to put a binding on a quilt, I learned from my teacher, her method was 4 separate strips of fabric and you kind of fold it over the corners. And I did that for a few years and I thought that was the only way to bind a quilt. Then I saw in a book mitering a binding, tried that and thought, why did I ever do it the old way? Now, you may love the other way. And actually, I made a Christmas stocking with bound edges that absolutely needed that old way. So the fact that I knew both methods means I can do it all. And that's why in We Love Quilting, every month I'm introducing you to some different methods so that you get a full toolbox. Now, can I go over to the other desk? Smashing. I'm going to take volume 3 with me. Princess Maya's got in touch. She says, morning, Stuart and all. You have totally blown my mind this morning, Stuart. Loving your demos as always. Thank you. That's a really kind thing to say. It's fun, isn't it, when you look at something new and go, I didn't know you could do it that way. I love that. Right, there's volume 2. 3 rather. Should we start with volume 1, where it all began? This is the... I'm rather proud though now. I'm proud. I am proud. I've been wanting to do a series like this for ages, and it was really just about, you know, getting the last book done and dusted so that I'd got time. I'm really enjoying doing it. Hope you're enjoying them too. So this is volume 1. And I called it We Love Scrappy Quilting, Volume 1. We Love Quilting, Scrappy Quilts. And so here you've got, what is a scrap quilt and how do we gather our fabrics together? Top tips for scrap quilting and using up the fabric you've already got rather than always having to buy more. What type of fabrics can I use? And also, how do I know how much fabric to gather if they're scraps? I actually give you a really cool formula for working out whether you've got enough scraps to make a quilt that might have been written for using fat quarters, say, or yardage. That is also in volume 3. So if you're not sure how to gather your scraps together, grab volume 3. Then I also talk about how to make a Franken batting, so you can even use your scraps of wadding and backing and binding so that you truly are using up all your bits and bobs. Then you've got 3 full patterns. You've got sticks and stones, jelly roll friendly and totally beginner friendly. Really lovely quilt that. Good as a 2-colour quilt, this time red and cream, or totally scrappy. Second quilt is called Bold Braids. So rather than making this block by block, you're going to make strips of patchwork and then you're going to join them together to create, I love that quilt. I really love that. And I use that quilt all the time. Tim Holtz. Of course, now we'll be getting a little bit of Seth Apter into those quilts as well. Full demo for that as well. And then last of all, Radiant Circles, an intermediate level quilt. This uses that unit again, different size this time. You have got a foundation and templates. Now, with the demo that I've given you today, if you wanted to do the No More Tears version of foundation piecing, you could. And then you only need 1 foundation for the whole quilt. Again, a 2-colour quilt. Blue and cream, my favourite. So that's volume 1. 3 quilt patterns for $11.99. Now, volume 2, I decided to take a genre of quilting, log cabins. We Love Quilting, volume 2, log cabins. Now, you actually get 4 patterns in this one. You get the history of log cabins and the kind of background to them, interesting stories. I also talk in this one, there's always kind of design tips and colour tips. And in this one, I talk about value, lightness and darkness and how you use that in your quilt making. I also give some tips for what to do before you begin quilting and how to troubleshoot if things go wrong. Then this was all extra. So I'd written all of the patterns and then I thought, hang on, I haven't done a classic log cabin. So I added an extra pattern. It's jelly roll friendly, and I also give you 8 different layouts for using those classic blocks. So this was all extra. Then we're into the patterns. The first one is a curved log cabin. No curved piecing, just an illusion of gentle curves in the log cabin using thick and thin logs. Second quilt is fresh pineapple. Pineapple log cabin blocks are one of my favourites. I teach you a modern, fresh version of log cabin, pineapple log cabin, using Tula Pink. And then the last one, although it looks like a classic log cabin, this is actually Manx log cabin, which is sewn using a fabric foundation. No printing required. It's all about folding and pressing to create folded strips of fabric. This one doesn't need wadding. You don't quilt it. You just back it. And so, in fact, in this one, I teach you how to tie a quilt or button a quilt as a way of finishing it. So, again, loads of new skills and tips in 1 and 2. But today, it's the turn of Volume 3, We Love Quilting, Volume 3, Scrappy Stars. Now, there are over 700 of you with this pattern in your basket. I don't have half of that left, I'm afraid. I don't even have half of that. If you want Volume 3, I would urge you to check out your baskets. I'm not going to come in half an hour and say, oh, great news, we've got more. I already asked the question. If we sell out of these, can we have more? We can't. And that's about printing capacity. What we've got today is it, and it's my last day today, so we won't have any more this week. I'm back next week in just over a week's time. We may well be able to get it back then. We may well not, actually, because, again, printing capacity. So, yes, genuinely, I would really appreciate if you check out your basket on that, otherwise you'll lose out. So just to go back through this one then, you're getting 3 brand new quilt patterns. Stars in the Cabin, which is that gorgeous blue and cream quilt. There it is. Beginner friendly, confident beginner, no problem. And you're learning to make 2 different blocks, which could make 2 different quilts in their own right, as well as this one. I love the way it all links up between the blocks, because some of the steps match the background of the stars, so it all links up. You could have so much fun playing with colour with that quilt. And you've already got the fabric you need to make this quilt in your stash. You don't have to buy anything to make this quilt. Second quilt is the the Feathered Star Medallion quilt. Now, I didn't use scraps for this, I will confess. I had a fat quarter bundle of all these gorgeous rainbow bright fabrics, but I could totally have done that with my French General or my Tilda. Oh, can you imagine Tilda scraps? Foundation pieced feathered star, twisted ribbon border, and those dancing stars around the outside edge. Really lovely. And then nearly 3 times as many of you with this pattern in your baskets, by the way. Do please check out. And then thirdly, the Scrappy Lemoyne Star. And I've shown you the method. No foundation piecing, Y seams, templates, no diamonds, no setting, nothing. Squares and rectangles, that's it. And you even use up your scraps. Plus all that history and interesting stories and the background. Who knew that all these star quilts that we made could well have been inspired by these painted buffalo robes that the Sioux and Lakota people use in ceremonies? Just beautiful works of art that have inspired generations, and they continue to inspire us, don't they? I'll never get bored of stars in quilts. We have to go to a break. But when we come back, we've got the first of 2 dressmaking hours with the fabulous Wendy Ross. We were having a chat earlier on. We have so much in common. I'm really looking forward to this hour. So use the break to check out your baskets on We Love Quilting Volume 3, and I'll see you after the break.
Mr. Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to SewingStreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple. Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel. Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV Guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street.
Brand new for 2025, the Sewing Street Christmas Jumper. Available in robin red and Christmas tree green, these jumpers are a statement of luxury and sophistication. The wool blend material is soft to touch, whilst giving added warmth and ease of movement. Playing games, hanging baubles, or just having fun drinking with friends. Plus, exclusively new for this season, the Sew This Is Christmas Jumper. Look how cool Hayley looks in this new cool and fun design. All come in a variety of sizes from medium to XXL, ensuring they cater for all shapes and sizes. The Sewing Street Christmas Jumper Collection, available in one good retailer.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches, and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with SewingStreet.
Did you know at SewingStreet that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Here at SewingStreet, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at SewingStreet.
Well, thank you so much for our wonderful first hour. I'm talking about you now. Thanks for being there with me. Really appreciate it. Now, this hour, I've got somebody very special with me. It's Wendy Ross. Hello.
Hello, good morning. Nice to meet you.
It's wonderful to have you here.
Thank you.
I really enjoyed our chat earlier on. A couple of ex-teachers chewing the fat.
Yep, as always.
Yeah, but also I've heard fantastic things about Wendy, a wonderful dressmaker and a very skilled teacher. And we've got her here at SewingStreet. So this hour, we are going to be looking at the beautiful Mattea dress and top. I think this is such a versatile pattern. Great shape to it. Lovely kind of flowing, comfortable, drapey dress. You've also then got the option of the top. Okay, so I think there's a lot you can do with that. The dress has pockets.
Yes, of course, like all good dresses do.
Yeah, absolutely. Great pattern. Size-wise, this is UK size 6 to 22. Now, the way the sizes are organised, Wendy, is slightly different to the big four.
Yes, so Tessuti patterns have a very different way of doing their sizes, and sometimes I've made a few Tessuti ones, like the boiled wool ones, they'll be extra small up to extra large, that sort of thing. But these have got numbers. It does tell you on the back of the pattern what they refer to. But because it's so loose fitting,
yeah,
you're not having to worry quite so much about it fitting as closely as you might do other garments.
So when you're measuring yourself, Wendy, for this pattern in particular,
yeah,
what are our key measurements?
Well, it fits the closest at the bust.
Yep.
So obviously the bust is a key measurement, but also I would check the hips as well because it's supposed to be loose fitting, and because it goes down very straight, I would make sure bust and hips. Waist, I wouldn't worry too much about the waist.
Great.
Unless your waist is significantly bigger than your hips or your bust.
Put that tape measure down. Fair enough, I hear you. So I think this is a good beginner level.
Oh, definitely, yeah.
Fantastic.
And a few interesting little sort of design construction methods as well, but very beginner friendly.
You're going to give us a bit of a demo today as well?
I am, yes.
Excellent, looking forward to that. So grab your pattern, £16.50. I think that's fantastic value actually, because remember you're getting the dress and the top, mix and match. I mean, that top I could see in so many different fabrics and so many different styles. Wendy, what sort of fabric should we be looking out for using in this dress?
This one, anything from a very, very lightweight lawn or a crepe, a gauze, because it is perfect for if it's really, really hot, you're somewhere really hot and sunny, and you want it, the idea is it's loose fitting. But then you could go to a linen if you wanted something a little bit smarter, maybe a little bit dressier. I would avoid, you want it to drape, you want it to move, so I would avoid anything too cotton, too heavy and
too stiff.
Yeah.
So viscose would be
viscose
good?
would be absolutely, I mean, I love a bit of viscose, but like a viscose slub, which is the one that's made in.
It's really nice,
absolutely
actually.
perfect. Yeah,
gorgeous.
beautiful to work with as well.
Fab, thank you very much. So something that's got good drape,
Yeah.
but we don't want stretchy fabric.
If you were used to making woven garments out of a stretchy fabric, you could give it a go.
Okay.
It's not fitted, so you could give it a go.
Yeah. But for the most part, a viscose
Yeah.
or a linen viscose
Linen
mix.
or a lawn even.
Lawn. Ooh,
Yeah.
imagine that in Liberty Lawn. Gorgeous. Right, let's jump in. So grab your pattern. Size is 6 to 22. Beautifully explained throughout. Tons of photographs. Every single step is shown in really good detail. So if you're a novice, totally get that. I mean, look at these, just beautiful versions. Really like this. Grab your pattern now. All right, that's the Mattea dress and top. Now we've also got some really lovely fabric bundles. I'm going to start with the one that the sample's made of. This is Santorini, isn't it? This is Santorini blue, don't you think? Absolutely gorgeous. Now this is a linen viscose slub. What does that mean, slub?
It's one of those words we all know what it means, but it's difficult to describe. It moves very well. It's quite thick. It feels like it shouldn't move like it does. So it's that sort of nice blend, that linen viscose or viscose cotton or a linen cotton mix.
Yeah.
It just moves nicely.
Gorgeous. And I love that sort of kind of uneven texture to the weave as well. It's got that real lovely kind of linen-y kind of weave to it. It's gorgeous, isn't it? Absolutely lovely. $24.99, by the way, is your bundle price. That's for 3 meters, which means our price per meter is what, £8.33? £8.33. I did a maths puzzle in a magazine the other day that was meant for geniuses, Wendy, and I did it in my head.
Wow.
I mean, I don't think it would have got me into Mensa, strictly speaking, but I was impressed. That's gorgeous. Just over £4 a half metre. That is beautiful. Of course, this would work for any pattern that you've got that requires a woven fabric with good drape. Loads in baskets. Okay, don't forget to check out. I've only got teens of this left. You'd already been shopping before we came to air. So that's that gorgeous... they've called it sky blue, but I'm going to call it Santorini because I'm extra, Wendy, if you didn't know. Now, let's do the other beautiful blue. This is that same viscose linen slub in marine blue. Oh, now I would wear that in a heartbeat. That is delicious. It is really soft as well. Totally gorgeous. That would be really nice for dungarees. Imagine making a nice pair of dungarees, yes. Should be busy making some next week, I think. Yes. Very nice, that is gorgeous. Again, 3 meters. Now that is enough, Wendy, if I'm not mistaken, to make the dress in the largest size.
Yes, it is, because the largest size at 140 I have 2.8 metres.
Great, perfect.
So you'll have a little bit left over.
Got a bit of wiggle room.
Yeah.
Love it. That's a gorgeous colour, really lovely. Loads in baskets. That's marine blue. Half the stock nearly is gone. Right, next up, let's move to now this. This has still got that sort of linen-y feel to it, but in a dazzling floral. This is a linen viscose with a digital print. I mean, look at the lovely drape. What do you think of that?
That would be perfect.
Delicious,
Yeah, imagine
isn't
that
it?
by the pool,
Oh.
going out for drinks in the evening.
Yes. Why wait till the evening, Wendy? What's wrong with a drink at lunchtime? That is lovely. Really beautiful. $27.99. That's amazing, actually. That's amazing. If you think the cost to make the whole garment, even if you're buying the pattern of fresh plus this and your thread under £50 for the whole thing, this is wedding ready.
Yeah.
Yeah, love that. Love that. This is proving very, very popular, this one. Okay, so those are my linen viscose mix mix fabrics. Now I've also got some viscose. Oh, I'm going to grab this one. Oh, this is printed lawn. This is fabulous. I'm going to shake this one out because this is absolutely sensational. Look at that. Look at that. That is gorgeous.
Yeah.
That is really, really gorgeous. Wow. Stunning. Stunning. That to me as well, you know, Mattea, it's kind of Italian, it's sort of chic, but effortless.
Almost a paisley, enormous, sort of almost paisley.
Yeah, that is really yummy. Love the chocolate brown in there. Again, like if it was for a wedding, those kind of like dark chocolate brown sandals, you know, or cream, something like that. A big hat, a pair of sunglasses, and probably an Aperol Spritz. Yeah, can you imagine how stunning? How stunning. This is a cotton lawn. So really, really easy to sew and to cut this one.
Oh, a cotton lawn is one of my favourite fabrics. It is, yeah. It's very...
Because of the ease? Or?
It's very stable,
Yep.
but it's also very lightweight. It also has a lot of... For a cotton, it has a lot of drape. Yeah.
Yes. Yes, because we
Lot
were
of
saying
movement.
something like a quilt weight cotton, not suitable for this dress.
No,
Has a lot of
you'd
drape.
sweat in it as well. It would just be too heavy, too hot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But a lawn, my goodness,
Yeah.
that's fab. Okay, lovely. That one's absolutely flying out. This is one of your favourites,
Yeah, that
isn't it?
yes. I don't normally go for muted colours, but I do like a bit of mauve and a bit of sort of red and purpley.
Yeah. So this is a viscose. Oh, I mean, just lovely, drapey, light. Also, as well, with things like this, they're not clingy, are they?
No.
I don't like
No.
clingy clothes.
No. And that dress as well, or even if you made the top, or if you made it in a cord like they've done on the front of the pattern with the trousers as well, it'd be very easy to wear, and the breeze would get in, you know, and
Yes.
keep you cool.
Love that.
Yeah.
Love that. A warm breeze, not wind, obviously. 27.99. Again, gets you 3-metre bundle. That's enough to do the largest size. Slub, noun, a thick piece in yarn or thread. Adjective, fabric with an irregular appearance caused by uneven thickness of the warp thread. You're a star. Thank you so much.
Yes, it always
Slubby.
does. Like a linen slub always has that texture to
Yes.
it. Yeah.
Yes, gorgeous.
Yeah.
Love that. Love that. Right, let's go bold. Now, everyone knows how I feel about gorgeous jewel colours against a black background. I love it in spades. That's absolutely gorgeous. Now, this is when I think you can take a very simple garment and make it kind of wedding ready, or go to the races or a posh party and,
Yeah.
you know, big fascinator,
Yes.
flashy handbag.
Yeah. Gosh, you could have a handbag of a variety of colours with that, couldn't you?
You could. You could. Again, this one is a cotton lawn. So, as Wendy said, light against your skin, stable, easy to cut and sew, but also you're going to feel cool in this. 3 meters, 27.99. You know, Wendy, I remember, you know, some time ago when like you couldn't dressmake because there wasn't the fabric and it was so expensive. But I mean, really, the cost to make has come down significantly.
And certainly if you know where to look, when I get a lot of my, well, I get a lot of my fabrics everywhere, but I go to the shows a lot. So of course you get to see a variety and you get much more choice. But absolutely, it's far. I mean, you can still spend a lot of money on fabric.
Yeah.
Sometimes your pattern is as much as your fabric.
Yes.
You know where to get it, where to look.
Yes, but then you've got it forever.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay, next up. Ooh. Oh my goodness, now just look. So this is a viscose satin. Is that going to work well?
Yeah. Yes, if you were confident sewing with a viscose, it may have a little bit more movement when you're, particularly when you're cutting it. You just have to be you have to make friends with it. You'd have to be patient with it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So perhaps a slightly more experienced dressmaker to use this one.
Maybe, or if you're getting some help from somebody, if you're doing it at a class or something with another group.
Do you know, I'm thinking that this would be really lovely for your second pattern today.
It would actually,
Wouldn't it?
definitely. Yeah, because that needs a lot of drape.
Yes. Beautiful colours though. $24.99, really nice price as well. 2 more versions to go. Now then, this one is a cotton poplin, so a bit less drape in this. Love the colour though. Really lovely colour. Love that design too. This is quite crisp. So this won't have the same drape. $24.99. Really nice that. And then the last fabric that I've got is the one that you're going to demo in, which is a really classic soft grey, and this is a cotton lawn again, but in this beautiful soft grey. So you're going to get something very smart and very neutral, kind of thing that you could team with all sorts. $27.99. Right, shall we crack on with demo? We'll leave the details of the pattern up on screen. It's the Mattea dress and top, sizes 6 to 22, which they break down into sizes 0 to 5, but you've got all of your sizes across the back. It's quite loose fitting, quite a decent amount of ease to it as well. Away you go, Wendy.
Right, thank you very much.
What would you like to show us?
Well, I thought, as the pattern hasn't been on before, it's the first time the pattern's been on, I thought I'd start at the beginning of the instructions, talk through how the introduction to the construction, and then I'll have a look at the pocket, because it's quite a nice simple pocket. So the first thing that they get you to do is they get you to sew the centre back seam. So if you're using one of the patterned fabrics, particularly the blue and the sort of the paisley one, I think you could cut this on the fold, or you might want to pattern match, but you might not have enough fabric to pattern match.
No.
So it's a straight seam, so you could actually just cut it on the fold. If you just remove the seam allowance, you could cut it on the fold. So you just stitch it together, and then you overlock it, and then you press it doesn't matter which side you press it to, and then you top stitch. So you can see on here I've top stitched it down the centre back. So it does have a back seam, which is
nice.
Yeah.
I like that bit of top stitching.
Yes, yeah, but because it's not a fastening, there's no fastening there, you don't actually need it. It is a design feature. So if you were using a pattern fabric and you didn't have enough to pattern match, then that's what you could do.
Just cut it on the
Yes.
cut it on the fold.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the other thing I wanted to show as well, which we might not have time to actually get round to demonstrating it, is the facing. So when I saw the pattern piece of the facing, I thought, oh, that's interesting. I've never seen it done like that before. So this is the pattern piece for the face. Sorry, that's the fabric piece for the facing. The pattern piece is the pattern piece, and it's cut on the fold, which seems a bit. So this is the centre front, and it's cut on the fold.
Okay.
And then you've got this, obviously the other half to it. I thought, oh, that's interesting, and it's very, very clever. I know I've never seen it before. I'm sure it's not that unique. You haven't got shoulder seams, which means it's much flatter.
Yes, that's really
It's
clever.
such a good idea. So the next thing you would do is you would sew the centre back seam, and then you would, when it comes to the right time, you would fit the facing. So I thought that was quite interesting, and something I might think about in the future if I'm doing a facing, to avoid those bulky shoulder seams. But what I want to show is the construction of the pocket, because as you can see on the dress, it does have pockets.
Yes, I'm going to lift up that section slightly just so you can see. I just show you here. Can you see? Here's your pocket. Just in here. Yeah, I really like that.
Yeah, and it's got a nice little facing where you put your hand through, okay, which I can show you on here. But the advantage is that you haven't got your pocket bags flapping around inside the dress. They're not pockets that you would put your phone and your keys in and your wallet. They are pockets that you might perhaps slip a hanky in, or just, you know, that you, if you just wanted to put your hands in your pockets.
Nonchalant hands.
Yes, so they're not sort of the sturdy pockets that perhaps you would put in another sort of dress. So we've got the facing on the outside, and then we've got the pocket bag sewn in here. Okay, and it's all very neat, and I just want to show you how to do the facing and the pocket. So you've got on the side, so this is the dress pattern. Only the dress has the pocket. The top doesn't have the pocket, but that's not to say that you couldn't put it in if you wanted to. Okay. You know, there's nothing to stop you. So on the side seam, you've got your two little notches, and then on your pattern piece, which is here, you have this, it says pocket facing, just cut one pair, okay? And you only need to cut one pair of the pocket bags as well. So you've got your corresponding notches on your pattern piece. So I'm going to just pin my pocket facing onto the side. So I'm going to do that on the, so it tells you the instructions. I got a little bit confused by the instructions, and I was following the pictures, and I wasn't quite sure whether it was, the pictures actually represented what I was doing, but it was very, very easy to work out. So it says that you, with right sides facing and lining up notches, pin the pocket facings to the front. So you're pinning the pocket facing to the outside, so the right side of the garment, because you're going to fold it through to the wrong side. Okay, so I'm going to pin my facing on.
Oh, just watch your head. Sorry, thank you.
Matching my notches. And the notches, don't cut outies, make sure that you cut innies, because the notch is relevant to the actual construction. You need the notch to, and I'll show you what that means. So the seam allowance on these Tessuti patterns is half an inch, okay? And it does tell you, so half an inch seam allowance. So although they're Australian patterns.
Oh, are they?
They're Australian patterns, yeah. They do some really, really nice boiled wool patterns.
Do you necessarily want boiled wool in Australia?
They do nice jackets. I've made a couple of their jackets with like the lapped seams. They're very, very nice, yeah. Right, so I'm going to sew from the notch, from the one notch down to the other notch with a half an inch seam, okay? And I'm going to do a back stitch at the beginning and the end. Now, it's really important that you don't go beyond the notch, okay? Because you're going to cut. So, right. Oh, which is the back stitch?
Oh, I'll come and show you.
It's not going backwards.
So,
is that one, is it?
Yes.
Yeah. It's just not going.
Is it doing the lock stitch
instead? Yeah. It'll be fine.
Okay. It'll depend on the stitch that you've picked, because that's on a 1/4 inch seam allowance at the moment. 46 is a 1/4 inch seam allowance.
Ah, but I've moved it to 0.
Yeah.
And 2, so that's fine. That's doing half an inch.
If
that's
you want
fine.
just a straight stitch that you can reverse, though, if you have, I think it's stitch number 1, 0, 1.
So that's that.
Yeah. So
there.
just.
Oh, because you were using it, weren't you? That's why.
Oh,
yeah.
It's my fault. There you go. So that's now, yeah.
So when I get to the end, that'll do a back stitch. I can do a back stitch.
Yes.
Yeah. No, still did it. Never mind.
Oh,
right.
It might be one of the others. I couldn't see because I haven't got my glasses on.
Okay, so I've done my little seam, and I'll just turn that up a little bit. So now what I want to do is I need to snip to my stitching line. Okay, so where my notch finishes, the stitching line finishes by the notch, I need to actually snip right up to the end of the stitching line. Okay.
Yep.
And then I'm going to turn it. I'm going to press it because I'm going to understitch it. So I'm going to press it away from the bodice. So because I'm going to understitch, I'm always going to press first. Ooh, I'll take that one.
Oh, you need to press the top button where it's red,
Okay.
and now it'll start warming up.
Okay.
You don't have to hold it on, just
Yeah.
you have to press it so it's green.
Okay.
And then
Oh, I
just
see.
leave
It stays on.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's it.
Right. So now, when you're understitching this bit, it's really important that you don't go any further than your stitching line. So I'm going to use my friction pen just to mark where my stitching line finishes, because otherwise I might overshoot a little bit because I won't actually be able to see when it's underneath the machine. So I'm just going to do a little mark. And then understitching, which is absolutely crucial to any garment. Now I'm just going to move my needle, so I'm going to line up my presser foot on my stitching line, and then I'm going to move my needle across a little bit, just so that I'm just off the edge. I'd usually about 2 millimeters away, and then so I'm just sewing along the edge, very close to the edge, and this just helps to make it a little bit neater and keep it in place. You are actually going to stitch the facing down, but it just helps to keep it in place. And then I'm going to get my facing and I'm going to push it fold it to the wrong side of the garment. Now, you've got these little bits here that are of the facing and the bodice, okay? You can you see in that colour? These are going to come back to the side, okay? So the edge of the facing is still in line with the edge of the bodice.
Yeah.
That's very important, because that's what you're going to sew your pocket to, so that the pocket facing is actually attached to the side of the bodice as well.
Got you.
So I'm going to give
So
that.
now I see why you said it was so important that you start here, finish here, and don't go beyond.
Yes, yeah. So now, we're not going to just leave that raw edge. Obviously, we're going to fold it over. So we're just going to create a little bit of a hem. So you're going to fold it once. Oh, actually, you're going to trim it. I should have trimmed it first, actually. You're going to trim it out of the way, so that reduces the bulk. So making sure that you don't catch your facing as you're trimming. Okay, and then we're going to fold it once. I'm going to press it. If it's easier, you can fold it before you fold it, and then press it once and then fold it. And you're going to fold the whole length of the facing, and then you're going to fold it over again and then press it. And now what we need to do, and it shows you this in a nice clear diagram on the instructions, you're going to stitch the facing down. And if you have a look on the one that I've completed, you can see that I've got this shape here. So you're going to sew from the point that you finish stitching up to the edge of the facing, along and then down again. And that really keeps it nicely in place. Now, if it's properly pressed, it should stay where it is, or you can pin it. Okay, I'm just going to do it just for
And are you
for
sewing from the
quickness.
right side or the wrong side?
We're on the right side now.
Okay.
So as long as you've pressed it on a straight edge, if you weren't sure, you could measure it, okay, so you would know how far away from the edge to stitch. But for most people, when they're sewing on the right side, that's the neatest side. So I would always try and do that.
Yeah, fair enough.
So I'm going to change my needle position so it's in the centre. So I'm just going to start off in the corner, and I'm going to do a few stitches started the wrong side. Not concentrating. Right.
It's live shopping telly, isn't it? It's the things we would never do at home.
Like sewing standing up.
Oh, exactly.
Also, I'd be a little bit closer to the machine with my easy readers on when I'm at home,
Absolutely.
so less likely to do silly things. Right. So now I'm going to go long. And I'm just using the edge of the facing as a guide on my presser foot. So it's nice and neat.
I like the idea of using contrast thread, perhaps, with the plain fabrics.
Yeah. And also, although it's not going to be on show, you could even use a contrasting fabric for the little facing, and you might even just get a little peek. I like to do that a lot. Just think, well, how can I Wendy this? How can I make this really special, little bit different?
So what does that mean when you Wendy a garment?
Well, I very, very rarely make a garment as per the instructions. I always think, don't like that, I'll do it like that. So this dress that I'm wearing now it's a commercial pattern, it's a McCall's pattern, and it's supposed to have an elasticated back. I don't like elasticated backs. So I've changed it so it's got darts at the back and a gathered waist and a zip at the back. So I did that with the help of Claire Louise Hardy.
Oh, yeah.
On one of her
I went
retreats.
there very well.
So and then I've also changed the sleeves. I've got elastic with a little bit of, that's as much of a frill as I'll ever do.
Sure, fair enough.
So just make something mine, change it a little bit. Right, so that is definitely not as neat as I would have liked it to have been, because you can see I've missed a little bit there. But you get the idea that on the front, you've got this very neat sewing down of the facing. Okay, and like you say, you can do the contrasting, and it just means that the pocket, because you're going to be putting your hands in, taking them out. If you just overlocked it, it wouldn't be substantial enough. It stabilises it. Like, that's obviously the purpose of the facing. So the next part of the pocket is actually to put the pocket on the bodice. So it tells you in the instructions to sew 1/4 of an inch from the edge of the pocket. Now, I have done that, and I've pressed this a couple of times. I pressed it after I did it, and then this morning before we came in here. And you can see that I've just used I've probably increased the length of my stitch by about 1 millimetre to perhaps 3.5. So it's not a gathering stitch, but you can see that it's causing the side of the pocket to rise up. And that's what you want, because what you're going to do is you're going to fold over on this seam. You're not going to neaten that edge. It would be too bulky if you then think you've got an overlocked seam. So you're going to fold that over, and by creating this little ease stitch, it causes it to curl up. It's very clever. You don't really even need to do very much. You could draw on the thread slightly if you just wanted to do it a little bit more, but actually you don't really need to. What I do need to make sure, though, is that when I put the pocket on, I'm folding it over the right way, and I don't want two pockets the same size. So it's going to go like that, so I need to make sure that I fold it over this way. So I'm just going to go to the iron, and I'm going to very, very gently just fold over, and I'm going to use the stitching line, my 1/4 of an inch stitching line, just as a guide to fold over the seam. We don't want a big seam, we don't want it to be too bulky. And because it's only a very narrow seam, it's not going to have too many folds and puckers. If you were using a slightly thicker fabric, maybe a linen, you might want to draw up your threads a little bit more, just to give it that little bit more help. But this is also a technique that I would use if I was creating a curved pocket. I would create a guide for my folding, and I might even put in a little bit of an ease stitch just to pull it up slightly. So I'll press that down. On the wrong side, and then I'm just going to go over to the right side And just make sure it's nicely pressed.
It's amazing the difference doing that stitching for turning an edge makes, isn't it?
Absolutely. And I quite often use it, and I'll tell other people to use it as well. Just do a long stitch if you just need to have a fold line. And it's your guide, and it's really, really useful. And then you can draw out the threads afterwards, so that it's not like they're permanent.
Yeah.
Unless you're using a fabric that is going to mark, and it's going to be impossible for you to get rid of the holes.
Got
then,
you.
yeah.
I think it's a really versatile pattern, this, isn't it?
Oh, it is.
A dress and a top in one, sizes 6 to 22, really good range of sizes as well. And the fact that you can use basically any woven fabric that drapes well. £8.25 per pattern, if you think of it like that. £8.25 for the top, £8.25 for the dress. Except we're going to do something a little bit special for you. It's my first time working with Wendy, so we're doing a little special £2 crash, making the pattern now $14.50, and it's 2 patterns in one. What do you think about that? Absolutely fabulous. Absolutely fabulous. Have a look elsewhere. Here we go. How much? £22 for the Mattea Dress and Top Sewing pattern. £22 on a different website. Huh, interesting. £14.50 here. This is a fantastic opportunity to get it in your stash. Remember, you're getting 2 patterns effectively, and it's not even for the price of one. If you went elsewhere, you could spend £22 buying the pattern, and you're actually getting a dress and a top in one pattern. I think that's really versatile. Now remember, everyone that's already checked out their basket, you are going to pay £14.50, not the £16.50 you thought that you were paying. Loads of you checking out your baskets now. Loads of you checking out your baskets. It is also, I think, because you've got that nice sort of flat front, you've got lots of opportunities to use like really large scale prints, embroidery.
Yes, yes. You
Wendy it.
Yeah, you could Wendy it. But you haven't even got any darts either.
No.
So it is very, very beginner friendly.
So if you're doing something like a plaid.
Yes, yeah.
I'm always, I'm always drawn by things like plaids. But of course they bring so many issues for pattern matching.
Yeah. Yes, the only thing you'd have to worry about is round the side.
Yeah.
And that's dead easy because you've got your notches, so you can line up when you're doing your pattern, put your pattern pieces on.
Can I ask you, with these sleeves, can we lengthen them at all?
I don't think you could do slightly if you wanted them to be a little bit longer over your shoulder, but you would have to construct a sleeve to make it a long sleeve.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't, because it's a very delicate grown on. It's not a very sort of protruding sleeve.
Sure.
I think that would be. You'd need to know what you were doing to do that.
Fair enough.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, of course, the other thing that you could do is if you did know what you're doing, is you could make a toile, reshape it around the armhole, and then you could draft a sleeve.
Yeah.
If you knew what you were doing.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Could you lengthen the dress?
You could lengthen it and you could shorten it very easy. So if you wanted to, so if you made, you might not even want to make a toile, but if you knew the measurements, if you measured on the pattern, you might want to shorten the bodice, and I would do that above the pocket just to make it easier.
Yeah.
It doesn't interfere with the pocket construction.
Because I was thinking, it would actually be really nice
Yes.
to have as a top that had that still had a bit of a frill.
Yeah, well, you could shorten the bodice, and then obviously the skirt part of it would rise. You might feel that's more flattering on your shape, or you could then lengthen the skirt so it's overall the same length, but just in different proportions.
I think we've wended it together.
Yes.
Yeah, no, really. I mean, there's so many gorgeous variations. That looks beautiful in the red with jeans.
I love the cord. I love because I trace my pattern, so I did actually trace the top pattern off in my size, thinking I might make the pattern perhaps for the summer. And with a nice pair of trousers.
Yeah. The coordinating sandal, love that.
Yeah, cords are really in. Yeah.
Very nice. That's the version, obviously, on the pattern itself. Yeah, I do think the simplicity of the front, the fact there's no darts, there's no seams there to worry about, means you can use those sort of very tempting larger scale prints that normally can really, really make it more complex.
You could also, if you wanted to do a stripe, you could do the stripes going the opposite way.
Lovely.
So you could have the stripes going down for the bodice and then across
Oh, yes.
for the skirt, maybe.
Yes.
Yeah.
Really like that.
And the shirt,
that
or
little
the
detail,
top,
just
it's got a little side detail
like
that's
that,
split.
like the vent. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's lovely, tucked in. Yeah, very nice.
Yeah.
Could you, and you can lengthen the top as well?
Yes, yes. Yeah, obviously, or you could shorten it if you wanted something a little bit more boxy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Really nice, love that. Well, listen, you've just got yourself an absolute bargain there because you've got 2 patterns in one. You've got it for $14.50 instead of £22. We found this pattern available elsewhere at £22. Now, $16.50, £20.99 here, look, elsewhere. Do you know, I think we were already at a really good price at $16.50, but it's a little, when Stuart met Wendy day, £2 off, $14.50, absolutely fantastic. £7.25 per pattern. Really worth getting this one into your stash of patterns. Wendy has messaged in to say, now I'm a Wendy and I always go off-piste with patterns and recipes. We Wendys like to be different.
I think we do.
Is that right?
All the Wendys I've met, my husband always says, are there really other Wendys around? Unfortunately, yes, there are.
Yeah.
Yes.
One of my best
A
mates
bit
at school was
quirky.
Wendy.
Ah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Love it. Anyway, really good pattern. Thank you very much for giving me that time. Back to you.
Yes, okay. So what I've done now is I have pinned the pocket with its curved edge, pressed edge. I've pinned it onto the wrong side, obviously the wrong side of the bodice. Okay, so on the right side, we've got the facing, and then now you see we've got the pocket that we can see the pocket on the outside.
Yes.
And when we sew the side seams together, we're just going to sew down the side seam, making sure we don't catch the pocket facing. If you do, it's not the end of the world. You just unpick it, you know, we're all into unpicking, and then you just redo it. You might want to just pull it out the way a little bit. So I'm going to now stitch the pocket onto the inside of the bodice, onto the wrong side of the bodice, and I'm just going to do an edge stitch. So that means I'm just going to do as close to the edge as I can. I want it to be neat because it's going to be visible from the right side. And I'm going to increase my stitch length a little bit, just to a 3, just because it's, if you like, it's a top stitch. And I just think it's a nice little effect.
So this time we're going from the wrong side.
We're on the wrong side now, yeah. And I'm going to use the edge of the pocket as my guide. So what I do, rather than remembering loads of numbers, I just do it by eye, and I'm going to choose somewhere on my presser foot that is going to be my line. And I like to use the centre line on my presser foot as my guide, because it's much easier because you've got the full weight of the presser foot on what you're actually doing. So I know that the centre of my presser foot is 3.5, so I'm going to move over to the left slightly, just by 1.5 millimetres. I'm going to lower my needle. Yes, I'm happy with that position. Just take that pin out. And now I'm going to slowly, so because speed control on the machine is very, very useful, I'm just going to, using the centre of the presser foot on the edge of the pocket, I'm just going to gently go round the edge of the pocket. And this is probably the hardest part of the whole garment, because you want it to be really, really neat, because it is going to be seen from the outside. So I'm going to keep my pocket and the bodice as flat as I possibly can. I don't want it to, when I'm going around the corners, I don't want it to ruck up, because you're going to see that from the right side. I'm going to go round as neatly as I can. And if it's starting to get twisted, I'm just going to lift my presser foot up slightly, just to release it all.
As you've said a few times, take your time over this.
Yeah. Yeah, the whole point of making yourself your clothes is that they look so nice. And actually, it's not difficult to do a practice.
No.
It's only a few bits of fabric. You can just cut out your pocket, cut out your facing, do a little bit of a practice.
Well, sometimes I'll even draw out what I've got to sew on a piece of fabric and
Yes.
practice sewing. Like, so for a
Yeah.
plique, for example,
Yeah.
I'll draw out and I'll practice stitching close to the edge. And you can do these things.
Yeah, definitely.
Keep going through with your pattern, by the way. It's $14.50 instead of $22. I mean, we were selling it originally at $16.50, but we've looked elsewhere and it's £22 or £20.99 elsewhere. So we already came in with a really good price for you at $16.50, but we've done a little special, extra £2 off, making the Mattea dress and top £14.50. It's a brilliant, brilliant day of deals today. We've got some fabulous things coming up. Gail Penberthy will be with me after 10. We've got Wendy back for another hour this morning and another hour from Gail. Lots of Christmas projects. So it's a really fantastic day. Keep going through as well for that Mattea dress and top. Really useful and to have in your stash. And of course, obviously at the moment, you know, it is winter or heading towards winter. Layering, I think this dress, for layering.
Yes, you could wear a long sleeve t-shirt under that, or a cardigan or a turtleneck. Yeah, exactly. It'd be ideal. Yeah, and some nice tights and some boots. Yeah.
Or just a cardigan over the top
Yeah.
as well.
I love a cardigan.
Yeah.
Rainbow of cardigans.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Yeah. Right, so I've done my top stitching. Well, I've done my edge stitching, which now is top stitching on the front. And that's not bad. I'm pleased about that. The important thing is that the pocket is flat underneath, because what you don't want is for it all to be puckered on the front. You want it, otherwise it will just ruin the look of the dress completely. So nice and neat, slightly longer stitch, so it creates a nice effect. So that's the pocket.
Great, perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you. Nothing to be afraid of. And of course, everybody needs pockets. Everybody needs pockets. It's such an achievable pattern. If you are a beginner dressmaker, if you're a novice dressmaker, we both think this would be a good pattern to start.
Yeah, I think it would be. And also there's a couple of things on there that are interesting. So obviously you've got the facing, but if you were not so much of a novice, or if you were used to doing binding, if you look on the underarm of the dress, you can see.
Move it around a little.
So what they tell you to do, you bind the armhole, which is a lovely finish, so that you get a bit of a practice of binding armholes. But then what they tell you to bind the armhole first, then they tell you to stitch the side seam and then overlock it. So I don't think that leaves a particularly nice finish. So if I was going to make it, what I would do is I would sew my side seams and then I would bind my armhole.
Yeah, I see what I mean.
But if you were a beginner and binding was a bit of a scary thing for you, it's perfect. You can always stitch it down, stitch the seam down over the side.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it might not be that it's so loose that it doesn't rub your skin.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Pleats wear. I've got a question. Could you put pleats at the bottom? Oh, at the bottom of the dress.
Yes, you could, couldn't you?
Yes.
Yeah.
Actually, I'll just lift it up onto the table for a second. Because I think just talking about the skirt part of this dress for a moment might be quite useful.
The skirt is 2 rectangles.
Yeah.
So if you wanted to make it pleated, you might want to increase the circumference of the skirt so that you could get decent pleats, because it is, I would describe that as gently gathered.
Yes. Yes, you'd want more fabric if you were
would.
putting pleats
Yeah.
in, wouldn't you? But that would be really smart.
Yeah.
Whoever sent that question in, we love that. We love that idea. So if you just go very slightly higher if you can, yeah. So it's this part that you would put some nice structured pleats.
Very 1920s.
Yes. Would you need quite a bit more fabric to do that?
Well, there's a bit of maths in pleating. So what I would do is I would get a long strip of paper, not only a few centimetres deep, and I would work out, I would measure the width of the front and the width of the back because they're going to be different. And for the front piece, I would work out how many pleats I wanted, where I wanted them to go, and I would actually do like a toile in paper. I would do some paper folding, a bit of origami, and work out exactly what I need, where I wanted them to go, because obviously you want them to be evenly spread. Which direction do you want them to go in? Do you want box pleats, knife pleats, etc., etc.? There's all sorts of guides online as to how to work out pleating and everything.
We love that idea. Thank you for that. Yeah, we love that. Smart. Right, check out your baskets, please. Way more affordable than elsewhere. When we started, we haven't been able to find anywhere else that came close to £16.50 for this fab new pattern, let alone £14.50. Very nice, very nice. Size 6'22", super versatile, easy to make, and of course, easy and stylish to wear.
Yep.
Yeah. But also you can make it as separate, and you can make this as stylish, as complex as you want to. Really popular pattern. Well done. Thank you, Wendy.
You're very welcome.
That was a brilliant first hour.
Thank you.
And you're back in an hour.
Yes.
What are you going to be showing us?
It's the Maison Fauve Tempête Blouse, storm blouse.
Storm blouse.
Yeah.
I love the sound of that. Loads of great bundles of fabric. If any of them are appealing to you, do check out your baskets on them using the break. Also, just before we go to a break, don't forget we launched my brand new pattern, We Love Quilting Volume 3 today. We do have a few left. There's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of you with it in your basket. If you want to get hold of We Love Quilting Volume 3, these are the details that you need. DL5H45. Check out your baskets. Remember, we will not be able to reprint it, certainly this week or the beginning of next. All right, we'll go to break. When we come back, Gail Penberthy is here with some fabulous Christmas projects.
Brand new for 2025, the SewingStreet Christmas Jumper. Available in robin red and Christmas tree green, these jumpers are a statement of luxury and sophistication. The wool blend material is soft to touch, whilst giving added warmth and ease of movement. Playing games. Hanging baubles. Or just having fun drinking with friends. Plus, exclusively new for this season, the So This Is Christmas jumper. Look how cool Hayley looks in this new cool and fun design. All come in a variety of sizes from medium to XXL, ensuring they cater for all shapes and sizes. The SewingStreet Christmas Jumper Collection, available in one good retailer.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to SewingStreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The SewingStreet gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy, just head to the SewingStreet website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click gift cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The SewingStreet gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel. Want to know what's coming up on SewingStreet? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV Guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with SewingStreet. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the SewingStreet app. Head over to your App Store now and search SewingStreet and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with SewingStreet. Did you know at SewingStreet that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Here at SewingStreet, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at SewingStreet.
Did you know that we have 4 brands within our Gemporia craft family, including Gem Collector? So who are Gem Collector?
It's where the world of gemstone collecting comes to life. Whether you're just starting out or you're already passionate about this rewarding hobby, we're here to inspire and guide you.
Our channel offers an incredible variety of gemstones from around the globe. From timeless classics like rubies and emeralds to rare and exotic gemstones, there's always something to spark your interest.
More than just a showcase, we aim to educate you by providing so much more insight into each gemstone's origin, history, and unique characteristics, making it easy to grow your knowledge and appreciation for this extraordinary hobby.
Gem Collector helps you build your collection and connect with a vibrant community of gemstone enthusiasts.
Go over to our website or download the Gemporia app to discover how rewarding gemstone collecting can be here with us at Gem Collector.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. SewingStreet, stitching the world together.
Well, I'm joined this hour by the fabulous Gail Penberthy from Endless Threads. It's wonderful to have you here.
Thank you.
How are you?
Good, thanks. Yeah, really good.
Excellent. You have brought Christmas.
Oh, yeah, it's never
Oh
too
my
early,
goodness.
is it?
Oh, I mean, really, we are at peak Christmas crafting right now. And heads up, it's Christmas, and that's where we're going to start with this incredible wreath made of snowman's heads. This is so cool. I absolutely love this scale.
Thank you, thank you.
It's brilliant.
This is, I love this one because it was my starting point. I've done quite a few wreaths with heads on there, but this was the first one that I ever did, and I just think it's such a fun project. Easy to make, beginner friendly.
Is it?
And that, yeah, it's very forgiving fleece. Just a little wire ring wrapped with fleece. All the little snowmen's heads on there, and of course because they're snowmen, it's just all round snowballs, isn't it? So it's not like you've got loads of different shapes that you need to deal with. And the kit gives you everything that you need to.
Got everything there to make it. That's fantastic. Absolutely brill. Just adjusting Gail's mic. Yeah, you get everything in the kit, all your embellishments, all of your fabric, the little eyes, those little carrot noses as well. Do we get those in the kit?
Yeah. You were trying to keep me quiet there for a second. But, that's what you were doing. Yeah, I just want to show you, this is what I call the bag of loveliness that you get in the kit. So often, you know, when you have kits and that, it's all these little fiddly bits that you need. So all of this, as well as the fabrics, are in your kit. So the ribbon that you need, the ribbon for the snowman's hat, all the little noses, all the snowflakes, even the little teeny tiny ones on there, all the beads for the eyes, all the holly and that, pom-pom for his hat, all in there.
It would be the carrot noses in particular. I mean, where do you even start sourcing carrot noses from?
Exactly.
But you include everything.
Everything. So the only thing you do need to finish it is your sewing thread and some toy stuffing.
Brilliant. And is this a bit of blusher or?
It is, yeah. So you can use your really posh one if you want, or you could just go to the cheap shop and just buy a little bit of blusher, or you could use a bit of acrylic paint.
Yep.
You know, a bit of lipstick, anything.
Perfect. I think they're brilliant, and I love your kits. We love your kits here at SewingStreet. So in your kit then, you're getting all of your fleece, you're getting your fabulous bag of loveliness.
Yeah.
There it is. Even down to the little snowflakes, the holly. You get all of the fleece that you need, generous amounts, all that beautiful wire. You also get your wire wreath in there, your florist's wreath, and full instructions, full pattern. And Gail, your instructions are always a hand that holds yours throughout, start to finish.
Thank you. Yeah, I like to talk you through everything, and even in the pattern. Can I just quickly just show one of the pages? People worry about faces and things. So just to let you know, says she, can't remember which page it's on. I talk to you about each individual face. Oh, here it is. You'd think I'd know which page, wouldn't you? But I talk to you about each part as well, about where I put the eyes and space in the eyes and the eyebrows and how they look different. So yeah, everything is in there, step by step, all the way through. So you haven't got to worry about anything. And if you've never worked with fleece before, it's a very forgiving fabric to work with.
Is it a bit like working with felt?
Yeah. But I'd almost say it's easier because you haven't got the fray that you've got in felt, so it's good like that. But because you've got a little bit of stretch in there, don't be scared of the stretch. The stretch is your friend. So when you're trying to turn things through or manipulate the little hats on and things like that, it's that much easier to work with.
I suppose you get a nice shape to the faces, don't you? Because of that little bit of stretch in the fabric.
Yeah, you can manipulate it. And my kits are really difficult to get back in the bag, Stuart, which is what you're going to find now is going to be a thing.
Absolutely. I think it's gorgeous. Now, I need to mention something rather wonderful, special and important. The first thing is that you've just celebrated a whole year here at Sewing Street last month.
I know, I can't believe it. I can't believe it's been a year. So so I wasn't here last month, so I feel like I need to celebrate it this
Absolutely, so you do. And Gail has been incredibly generous with something to celebrate. If you buy anything from this hour with Endless Threads, you'll be placed into a prize draw to win everything from Endless Threads that we show in this hour. So you'd win the wreath to make the heads up snowman wreath. You'll get the pattern. You'll win the kits to make the elf and the elfette. You'll get the kit to make your applique cushion with robins and holly leaves. Your banner. Everything Endless Threads in this hour will come to one lucky shopper. But remember, in order to be in with a chance, you need to buy something, anything, from Gail's hour, this hour, okay? Now, in Gail's second hour, we're going to do the same again. So anyone who buys anything from that hour will be entered into a draw to win that table of products.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. It sounds complicated,
really generous.
but yeah. Well, I want to give something back. I feel that the Sewing Street audience have really embraced me. So they're very supportive and that, because you know I'm just a little business. You come on Shopping TV and you're like, oh, I'm not sure how it's all going to pan out. But they're very kind and lovely, and I wanted to celebrate. They've supported me for this year, so I just wanted to give something back.
That's really lovely, very kind, very generous, and we are really, really lucky and happy to have you here.
Thank
at
you.
Sewing Street. We love you, what you do. Right, that is the Heads Up. It's Christmas kit. Everything included, pattern, all your fabric, all your embellishments for £27.99. Now, if you just want to get the pattern, we've got two options. Now, remember, if you buy the pattern on its own, you've bought something from this hour, so you'll be put into the draw to win the entire range of products from Endless Threads in this hour. Amazing prize. Here's the pattern, £9.99. You can source your own materials for it, your own embellishments, and make it truly unique. You might want to do snowmen dressed in pinks and blues or gold.
Exactly, and I've had some customers that have done it all in blue. I've also had some customers that are very clever, and they've knitted some hats for them.
Oh, that's cute.
Yeah, or if you're good at crocheting or whatever, or if you've got like a little bit of check fabric and that. So you can use up all your scraps as well.
Yeah.
So it's quite friendly. Obviously, you'd have to source all your embellishments and that, but you could always make their noses in it with a little bit of felt or something.
Yeah, for sure. It's great. That's £9.99 for the printed pattern. If you want the digital pattern, we've got that available too. Different code though. Instant payment, instant download. Now again, if you buy the instant download of the pattern, you'll also be entered into that draw to win the entire table of products. Ha! Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Very generous of you, Gail. Thank you for that.
You're very welcome.
That is Heads Up. It's Christmas. Now, next up, something that's become incredibly significant for lots of us at Christmas is that elf sitting there on our shelf. We've got an elf and we've got an elfette. We're going to start with the kit for the elf. I'm going to grab the elf just to show you. He's a sizable.
Yeah, he's
brilliant.
He's nice size, isn't he?
Fantastic.
Well, sometimes if you go into all the trouble of making something, you want to be able to see it, don't you?
Yeah, for sure.
You don't want to be hidden on your shelf.
Oh, he's brilliant. Do we get the patterns to make the candy cane and the
Oh
lollipop?
yes, yeah, everything's in there. So you getting all your fabrics in there. And if we get to the bottom there, you can see there's your fabrics for the candy cane. There's the gold for your buckle. There's all the embellishments, the bell, the bow, everything. Even the lollipop stick for his lollipop.
I just want to show you. This is, I mean, it's a small example, but it's a great example of how generously these are kitted. This is your piece of gold felt to cut out this buckle and the little buckles on his shoes, but you get all of that.
Yeah.
So these kits are generously kitted. It's great, Gail. I really like that.
Well, I don't want to leave people where, you know, sometimes you get some kits and you're literally counting the thread, aren't you?
Absolutely.
So I like to leave a little bit of room for error. And again, my email address is on the back of the pattern, so if you did do something wrong, you know, you had a little bit of a nightmare, then you can always email and I can help you out. So yeah, so your little bag of loveliness, as I call it, in there with all your bits and pieces, and then again all your lovely felt. So you've got his green for his body, the lemon for his lovely face and his ears, the tan for his hair, the red for his the trims, and the black for his belt, and I think we covered the felt for all the bits. So again, that's all you need is toy stuff in to complete him.
Yep.
And you're good to go. Yeah, a bit of thread.
Fantastic. I mean, it's brilliant for $25.99 rather. And remember as well, these are those wonderful things that you make once and then you bring them out every year. And they become a thing then, don't they, in your house?
Yeah, yeah. And I think, don't you bring out things, I bring out things that my mum made me when I was little and that, because they come like a family heirloom, don't they?
Completely.
Yeah.
And each one is a wonderful piece of work. You have great fun making them, but then it's those little Christmas traditions that I think are really worthwhile.
Yeah. And they're great to make for children as well. Obviously, it's up to you with beads and things like that. You need to be, you know, you need to make those kinds of decisions. But everything in the pattern is broken down into really simple, little, easy steps. Have a quick little read through the pattern. Some of the techniques I use may be different to what you're used to, but the reason they're different is not to trip you up, it's to make it easier.
Absolutely.
You know, so yeah, and most people, well, nearly everybody actually, they always say everything that I make is quite easy.
Yeah, brilliant. But they look so professional as well. Look at that big pile of fabric that you get. All of the different components. I mean, Gail, I would not want to have to cut all of that. You do all of this, package everything so beautifully. It makes the whole process easy.
Yeah, I've got a couple of little elves myself.
Have you?
My dad is my embellishment elf.
Brilliant. Thank you, Dad.
And Anne Davis is my other little handy helper. But yeah, I do wonder sometimes the madness of me cutting some of these kits.
But it's brilliant when you get the kit home, you can literally thread up your machine. They are machine sewn, aren't they?
Yeah, I have got customers that do hand sew everything. So if you are a hand sewer, don't be scared. It's really easy to sew through fleece because it's nice and super soft. And the only difference being is it takes a little bit longer by hand, doesn't it? But it is achievable by hand as well.
Great, good to know. Now, if you want instructions on their own, we can absolutely do that. There they are, printed instructions for Santa's pal, the elf. This is a series, isn't it, Gail?
It is. So he's number 4 on that. So we'll cover the rest of the series in a moment.
We will.
But yeah, so everything in the pattern. So if you've got your own stash, and you can replace some of the fabrics if you want to use a little bit of felt or something else, or you know, his legs in a different colour is entirely up to you, isn't it? Because some of us have got a lot of fabric.
Yeah, we do. Or a lot of people have colour themes that they stick to at Christmas.
Yeah.
As we said, like blue or purple, or if you wanted to make these for like baby's first Christmas as something very special to sit on a shelf, you could do that too.
Yeah, and I did notice one of my customers the other day changed up one of my stockings and made it into a polar bear, which it was a reindeer before. You've got the structure of a little boy there, haven't you?
You absolutely do.
So you could change it up as well if you wanted. You've got all the pattern pieces. So if you wanted to make it for a different time of year or a different theme, you've actually got the shape there of a little character that you could add your own.
Or add wings to make a little fairy.
Yeah, exactly.
Brilliant. Okay, right, if you want the digital pattern, you can do that too. We'll give you the details for the digital download. You will need to print it off, of course, because you've got templates there. But there it is, YWE G25, $9.99 for the digital download. Now, next up, we are going to look at the Elfette. Thank you.
Will I grab Elfette?
Yeah, thank you. Don't forget, Someone is going to win the table. What do I mean by that? If you shop anything from Gail's first hour, this hour, you'll be entered into a prize draw to win all of the kits, all of the patterns from this hour. Okay, later in Gail's second hour, different table, different competition, but anything you buy is wonderful. So here's Elfette.
Yeah. So I'd made Elf first, and then and everybody said, "Oh, why didn't you do a little girl?" So so here she is, a little Elfette, and this time rather than the lollipop stick and candy cane, she's got her lovely plaits, and she's got a little bag.
Great.
A little sack there, which you could put a gift in if you wanted, couldn't you?
That's a nice idea, yeah.
So if you were giving it to somebody, you could put a little gift in there. And remember, that's part of your pattern. So how I made the little sack, you could make further ones, couldn't you, for gifts and that. And she's got the lovely dangly legs as well, because they were all designed to sit on a shelf with their legs dangling. Again, everything in the kit to make it, and full instructions for a little dress and the little crisscross bib on there. All the buttons,
ever so
beads, everything.
Get that all included.
Yeah, yeah.
All there in the kit. Really, really jam-packed kit with everything that you'll need to make Elfette. All you need to add is your sewing thread and your toy stuffing. That's all.
Yeah, yeah, everything, even down to the little candy sweets on there. There's full instructions on how to make them. And that's what I always say about patterns and that. Think of the mileage you get out of them after. You can use some elements, can't you, for other things, for other designs and that you're doing and that. But yeah, she's cute as well. Looks nice with her little elf friend.
That's fabulous. We've got a lovely message for you, actually. Well, in fact, a few. Donna's message to say, "Morning, both. I'm currently making the Santa hanging ornament. I love your kits."
Oh, thank you, Donna.
And then Karen's got in touch to say, "There is customer service, and then there is Gail."
Oh,
she says, "Only Gail would answer a customer while she was at dinner with her neighbours or in bed sick. Gail and her kits are fabulous."
Oh, that's really kind.
Wonderful.
Thank you. Yeah,
wonderful.
I do try my best. Well, we do, don't we, Stuart? We try to look after our customers best that we can.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. That's your kit for the Elfette, $25.99. Now, if you want just the pattern on its own, we've got that too. Here it is. I mean, it is also, you know, a great pattern for a girl doll.
Yeah. That's the thing. Change the colours around, you know, and take the little candy buttons off and the stripy legs.
Yeah.
And then she is just a little girl, isn't she?
Yeah.
And then if you just did her hat without, or didn't give her a hat, you know, and you could take the pointy ears off, couldn't you?
Sure.
Yeah,
but I'm thinking glitter, your lovely glitter fabric, fairy wings.
Yeah.
Definitely. Gorgeous. $9.99 for her. She's number 5 in the Santa's Pals range. If you want digital pattern, here's the details you need. $9.99. Now, we've got Santa's Pals 1, 2 and 3. And actually, we're starting off with Santa himself. Now, these are pattern only. You will need to source your own fabrics, but full instructions and full fabric requirements are included in the pattern. This is Santa's Pal number 1, the man himself.
Yeah. Should we bring the sample in?
Absolutely. Oh, he's fab. Really good size as well.
Yeah, so they're all roughly the same size. So I did them so that they can all sit together, you know, and he even comes with his little sack and the embroidery for the Merry Christmas and that on there. So yeah, I tried to get them all roughly the same size. He's got a little paunchy belly though, because he's had a few mince pies, hasn't he, along the way. And
one mince pie too many.
Yeah, but again, everything's like really simple in the pattern, so you can see it looks like he's got a coat on, but he hasn't actually. It's just a piece of fabric sewn into the seam.
Oh, that's clever.
You know, so I make everything as easy as possible for you to follow. And even down to the little holly bits on his shoes and everything again is in the pattern, step-by-step instructions.
Yeah, he is absolutely brilliant. Love him. That is the pattern. That's the physical pattern. If you want the digital pattern, you can get that too for $9.99. I think these are so amazing. To make a whole shelf full, all 5 of them would be incredible. Absolutely incredible. We do need Mother Christmas.
I know quite a few people have said to me about Mother Christmas. I'm a little bit scared of the lady.
Are you?
Yeah, because, you know, with a man, you've got beard and everything. You can cover over everything. But with ladies... if you
No beard?
No beard, I'm afraid. Well, unless you get to a certain age. And then, but you can't. You have got to be careful not to offend the lady.
Absolutely.
So I've had a little dabble, but I don't want to make the lady look too chubby, shall we say?
Oh, okay.
Or old.
Let's have a look at this message. Honestly, Gail's kits and patterns are just the best. Even if you've never made anything like these before, don't worry, as her instructions are so clear.
Oh, bless you.
Sounding
Thank
Gwent.
you.
That's
Thank
lovely.
you. Yeah.
Right, let's do Santa's Pals number 2. These are the snowmen. Oh, these are incredible. These are brilliant.
So this is a great way of using up your stash. I used a little bit of check fabrics in there, and I've used a little bit of felt. And again, the jacket is faked, so it looks like he's got a full jacket on with pockets and everything. I think, Stuart, all these little extra details is what makes it that little bit different to having one that you've bought in a shop and that, isn't it?
Yeah.
So, so all the instructions on how to do all those little elements are in there, along with this carrot nose, and again, a little bit of holly in that. What can I say?
Dangly legs.
Dangly legs, yeah. And again, the same size as all the others, so they all look lovely together on the shelf. And I did, when you look at the pattern, he's in 2 colourways on the front of the pattern.
Let me grab it and show you.
So when I kit it originally, back in the day, I thought everybody would want to make him in blue. But you know, everybody wanted to make him in the green instead.
Really?
Yeah, he was more popular in green. I thought Santa was more blue. But I've seen lots of these made and people making more than one of them. So I always think that's a good indication when people make more than one.
Absolutely.
That is fun and easy to make. So yeah, you can never have too many snowmen, can you?
I agree. But also as well, wouldn't it be easy to just switch a few things up and you've got a scarecrow?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I hadn't thought of that.
A little bit of raffia sticking out of the hat.
Yeah.
And, you know, different colour, you know, maybe Hessian or something like that colour for the face. And it's a snowman.
Yeah, a scarecrow.
Scarecrow, sorry.
And yeah, that's okay. Yeah, a little bit of like autumnal colours.
Yeah.
You know, you could put a couple of leaves on there or something, or a couple of acorns, something like that. Be nice.
Little crow on his shoulder.
Yeah.
So we both
There's a
thought of that
pattern
at the
there.
same time.
Great
You can have that
minds.
one. Have it.
Great minds. Thank
There's
you.
the snowman. Now remember, buying this pattern for $9.99, you're in the draw to win the entire table. Imagine buying anything on this show, one thing on this show, and you will win the entire table if your name is pulled out of the hat. $9.99 for the physical pattern. If you want the digital, no, sorry, that's the digital download. Right, let's do Santa's Pals 3. Oh my goodness, this one is fabulous. Look.
So where should we put it?
I mean, well, I'm going to hold him up as well for a second. Look. He's magnificent.
Yeah, I love him. He's sort of reindeer stroke moose, isn't he?
Yeah.
You know, so...
I love his big feet.
Yeah. Follows me.
He's absolutely brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
So I know it's only the pattern, and sometimes people are concerned that they look at it and think, oh, where am I going to get that fur from and that. I've seen him made in corduroys. I've seen him made in fleece. Lots of different furs and that, in grey.
Corduroy would be fab.
Yeah. So he's a nice, easy make. And he would look. Don't look at him and think, oh, but he's never going to look the same if I haven't got that fabric, because he'll work well in lots of fabrics.
Yeah, I think he's absolutely brilliant. So this is the physical pattern for $9.99. Santa's Pal number 3, the reindeer. If you prefer the digital download, you can get that too. Even the digital download will get you into the draw to win the entire table of products. The kits, the patterns. Brilliant. Yeah, I love it.
And you'll be telling me who's won, Stuart. Well,
yes.
And then I'll post it out at some point. It'll all be in a box together.
Brilliant, thank you.
And sent out to one lucky winner.
Brilliant. Yeah, it'll have to be after midnight tonight that we draw this, because of course you've got up to midnight to shop, okay, and check out your baskets. But the quicker the better, because otherwise we'll sell out and you'll miss out. So that is the gorgeous reindeer. Now, something well on its way to selling out is the Christmas Tweets Robin cushion kit. Now, let's just explain, Gail, what's included and what you supply yourself.
Yeah, okay. So it's called an applique kit because what you're getting is the applique. So you'll get the felt to make the 2 robins, you'll get all the glitter felt to make their little hats and that, the glitter felt for the bow, for the holly on the corners as well, and then all these little pom-poms will be in the kit, the little white pom-poms for the hats and the little heart buttons.
They're really cute.
You will have to supply the background fabrics. And I'll talk about this when we come to demo. I have put like a little accent fabric of gold in there, and I've used a little bit of gold on the border. You don't have to do that if you don't want to. You could just bind it with a normal fabric binding. I did it because it just added that little bit more pizzazz.
Yeah, it's gorgeous.
So you get all of that in there, the pattern, and so there's your little bag of everything. There's all the felts. And you also get a sheet of a sheet of freezer paper in there, which makes cutting out all the holly easier, which I will cover for you.
Oh, fantastic. Great. Brilliant value. Absolutely brilliant value. And flying out too. Yeah. You are loving it. I've got very, very limited stocks of this now.
Wow.
Very limited stocks.
Yeah.
Beads, pom-poms, felt, glitter felt, and your pattern, of course, and your freezer paper.
Yeah.
And what's lovely about that, of course, Gail, is you can pick whether you want it on a dark background, a light, however you want to do it.
It could be on a bag. It could be a wall hanging. So you might not want to put a cushion in there. You might want to make it into a wall hanging. And again, you might just want to do this all in fabric because you've got the pattern. So if you think, oh yeah, I like it, but I don't actually want all that glitter, then you could cut those out of felt or you could applique them on, heat fuse them all on. So that you've got the versatility of the pattern plus I like a little bit of glitter at Christmas, don't you?
Me too.
Yeah.
Me too. $15.99, and remember that'll enter you into the prize draw to win the table. Could we do a little bit of demo, please?
We can indeed.
Wonderful. You're going to show us the heads up, it's Christmas.
Do you want to start with that?
Let's do a little bit of that. Yes, please.
Right. So
we'll give you the details for the kit. It's a brilliant value kit, amazing value. Going to grab the kit back. You get all of your fabrics to make the whole wreath. You get the wreath included. All of your embellishments, your different colours of fleece, you name it, you just add thread and toy stuffing.
Yeah, don't be scared of fleece. It's a nice, easy product to work with. And what I like about the wreath as well is if you're thinking, well, I like it, but I don't really want to make a wreath. I'm going to hang a wreath. Then why not make them all individually? Okay, and then you could just put a hanging loop on them, and they then become ornaments for the tree.
Oh, I love that idea.
Or if you've already made the wreath and you've enjoyed making the wreath, then why not make some more? Or if you make to sell, and think of them as individual little snowmen. So then you could make a smaller wreath, a larger wreath. You could add more to it. Yeah. You can really have fun with it.
Oh, that's a lovely idea.
So in your kit, you're going to get fleece. I've had this, I say this over and over again, but I'm going to say it one last time because for people who may be new to it. people always ask which is the right and the wrong side of fleece. The one side is a little bit fluffier than the other side. When it comes to white, that's sometimes a little bit challenging. If I've given you a really long strip, and in this you will have had it, and it's got a selvage on there, the selvage will curl round. The selvage curls round to the front of the fabric, so you'll know this is the right side. If you've got like little offcuts everywhere and then you haven't got any selvage on there anymore, it's a smaller piece of fleece and you don't know which way round it is, you can pull on the fleece. So it's only got a one-way stretch. So you can see there's quite stiff. You pull it the other way, sorry, this way it's got the stretch in there, this way is quite stiff. When you find where the stretch is and you pull on the stretch, can you see it curls round to the back?
Yeah.
So it's curling round to the back. So you'll know that's the back. So if I ever pick up a piece of fleece and I want to know which way it is, I pull it to see which way the stretch is. And then once I know where the stretch is, you can see it's curling to this side. I know that's the back. The other thing I say to people is, it's your fabric, you've paid for both sides, so you can use whatever you want. Because do you in quilting sometimes use the wrong side of fabrics?
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. I just need to mention it's way oversubscribed on this. It's going to sell out. Please check out your baskets. There's about 10 of you who are going to miss out. It's way, way oversubscribed. It is incredible value, this kit, you know, and it's the kind of thing that really makes a statement, and you'll bring out year after year after year. And I don't know about you, Gail, I don't put wreaths on the front of my door. I have them in the house, over the mantelpiece, internal doors, things like that.
Anywhere there's space, isn't
there?
And also with this, because it is polar fleece, okay, so it's the fleece, you know, you wear for like clothing and that. You could hang it on the door if you wanted, because it's sort of shower-proof, or you could just spray it with a little bit of, you know, the stuff that you spray your shoes and that with to waterproof, and then leave it on the door. I'm a little bit twitchy about leaving wreaths on doors as well, whether somebody might like it more,
I know, yes.
and then wander off with it.
I think if you've got a porch and an internal door, it's best to put it on there.
Yeah.
Or do as I do and just put it on an internal door so that you can see. Because I always think you put it on the front door. I never go up to my own front door. I've done all that work. I want to see that.
I always say that. The front of my house needs some work on there, and then I just say that's for the neighbours, because I'm on the inside looking out. So I'm with you. Have all your stuff inside where you can really enjoy it and maximise it. I like to get the Christmas decorations up early because I like to enjoy them.
Now I know people who've got their Christmas trees up now. That's really maxing out. Low teens left on this kit, low teens. About 40 of you have got this in your basket. I've got low teens.
Right then, so in your pattern, you've got these little round circles, and I don't ask you to cut the fleece out. I ask you to pin it to 2 layers of the fleece. And then you're going to sew around the circles, okay, as close to the pattern as possible without sewing through there. If you catch the pattern a little bit, don't worry. And then, so if I just turn this over, you can see where I've stitched around there. So once I've stitched around there, I'm going to cut it out. And the beauty of this is I don't have to really worry about the seam allowance or how exact it is, because I can just roughly cut around there. Then I'm going to pull the 2 layers apart, because you only want to cut through 1 layer. And then I'm going to snip through the 1 layer to make a hole. I'm not worried, because this is going to go on the back, so I'm not concerned about the hole at all. Then I'm just going to poke out. And so this is the bit where, you know, we were talking about the difference between fleece and felt. Because fleece has got a bit of stretch and a bit of give, look how nice a circle
I mean, perfect and easy.
Yeah.
Single figures left, be quick, be quick.
And normally what I would do when I'm demoing is I normally turn around and say, oh, what you can do then is use a teaspoon. I like to go around with a teaspoon because it's got a nice rounded edge, and you can poke out the seams nicely with that. Once you've done that, you
don't need to though, do you? I mean, that was perfect. You just push that through. And it's perfect.
Yeah. That's why I like a bit of fleece.
Yeah.
So once you've done that, then you're going to add some stuffing into the back. I sadly left my bag of stuffing at home.
Oh, we can always supply you with things like that, Gail.
So here's one that I've popped some in already.
Cool.
And then you can just roughly just close up the opening on the back. You don't have to be too precise about that. And then this is where the fun starts, okay? So if I just bring in a few little faces for you. So let me just bring in.
So funny, these faces. I've got 8 left. There's 35 of you with it in your basket. I've got 8 kits left.
Oh, somebody's going to be
7
disappointed,
kits
aren't they?
left. 6.
So then once we've done that, okay, you've got the little beads. So
amazing the way you can bring them to life with a few features.
And so this is one thing that I wanted to. So when you look at this one, right, it looks really sweet, doesn't it, and cute. And then you look at this one, and he looks like Mr. Angry.
Yeah.
It's all to do with the placement of the eyebrows.
Yeah.
So can you see here? I've got like little red marks in here. So what I did there was I got a needle and thread with red on there. And then I just put a little stitch in, no knot or anything. See all the ends are there? Because I'm testing to see where the eyebrows go. And then once I'm happy with where the eyebrows go, I stitch over it with a black thread.
Got you.
And then I can pull the red thread out and it's gone. Because, you know, some people say to me, oh, I put the eye on and then the other one didn't quite go in the right place. And shall I draw them on with pencil and things like that? So I don't. I just use a little tiny bit of thread in a different colour so I can audition where my eyes are going to go. And then I can stitch over it then with my black thread. And then with the beads, you can go close together. You can space them out. It's entirely up to you.
One eye's looking at you, one eye's looking for you. I've got 1 kit left. Be quick, be quick. Oh, heads up, it's Christmas.
Yeah, heads up and it's gone. And then, so talking about thread, okay, you don't need to worry about having any fancy threads to sew fleece. You
gone.
Can just use
sold out.
Whatever is
well
in
done,
your...
Gail.
Aww.
Sorry.
Should we continue with this, or do you want to?
Of course. Okay. Oh, one's just popped back. If you missed out, there's one. There's one.
Quick before it melts. And then, so your little beads as well. When you're stitching the beads on, they're super shiny. Then I couldn't see the hole. What I like to do is I like to knot the thread firmly, and then I really like to pull on the bead. And then what that does, I do that on all my characters. It makes the beads sink into the background, and then it sort of gives them eye sockets.
Yeah, it shapes the face very simply but effectively, doesn't it?
Exactly.
If you want the pattern on its own, and that is the only option now, of course, the kit's sold out. We've got the details on the screen. You can get a downloadable version if you prefer. But don't forget, we have got 1 kit, this kit, available that's going to go into a box, and one of you who've shopped in this hour is going to win them all. Yeah. Not the finished samples, but the kits and the patterns to make your own. Oh, I have a very important message to read out now. It's from Mo. She says, morning, handsome. Ooh. That's me. And lovely Gail.
Oh,
that's
thank you. Thank you.
And crew.
I'll take that.
That's you. Okay. I've started to put my decks up. Love all your kits, Gail.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
This is Mo. This is from Mo.
Yeah, a good girl as well to start getting your decks up. I think it's never too early. And we spend all this time making all these things, so we need to share them and show them off, I think.
I agree.
So when you come to add the little noses and that, you'll see on the back of the nose, there's a spike on there. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to, either with a pair of scissors or a little craft knife.
Not my nose.
You're just going to make a little incision in there. And then what I would do is I put a little drop of glue on there.
Yeah.
So it can be any of the craft glues. I know you have Pin Flare on here. I quite like their glue, so that's probably on the website and that. Just a little dab of glue will hold that in nicely. Now, in the pattern as well, I tell you all about, you know, how to do the mouth and whatever. That's just done with a little bit of black embroidery thread. And also in there is everything for even all the little embellishments for the hats and that. So we've got one here that's got the...
oh, the little muff.
Yeah,
that's so cute.
We've got the little bobble hat. We've got the top hat and that. The instructions for all of those things are in there.
But of course you could do them all with little earmuffs if you want. Or like Christmas tree decorations would be cute in all different colours, wouldn't they?
Yeah, exactly. If you've just got the pattern only or you want to make more, then it's entirely up to you, isn't there? You know, even the instructions for the dicky bow is in there and for the scarf. And things like that. Okay, so there's method in when I do this. The scarves and these kind of hats, they fill spaces as well.
Okay, got you.
Okay, so I'm using them to fill spaces in between things.
I can see that here,
Yeah. So use your things to, like, you know, fill the space and that. So I'll just quickly show you the earmuffs. So I take a rectangle of fabric and fold it in half and then stitch a little row along there. And then I'm just going to snip away the seam allowance. So that's nicely removed. And then I can flatten this tube then. So the seam, so you haven't got to see the seam, it'll be on the back like that. That will give me the nice tube. And then I stitch that around the top of his head, like so, okay? So then you don't see any of those ugly lines or whatever. And then the edges are just, you know, we call it a Suffolk puff, don't we? Or yo-yo or whatever. We're just going to cut the circles. You can see you've got them in the pattern. You're going to do a running stitch all the way around. You're just going to draw that up, tiny little bit of stuff in there, and then you have these nice little earmuffs, and then you can just stitch them on the end. And again, I sort of ladder stitch everything together. And also, Stuart, right, I am not the quilting or sewing police. If you've got a glue gun and you want to use a glue gun, then crack on.
Well, you took the words out of my mouth. I was going to ask you about a glue gun for the nose, and then I thought, should I mention?
The dreaded glue gun.
Right, isn't it?
I'm no stranger to a dab of glue.
I've stapled hems up before now with an office stapler.
I've done that at
trousers.
work. Yeah. Well, it's using your initiative.
Would you buy a sewing kit from a man who uses staples on his trousers?
I've done lots of things like that. Yeah, I've just used bits of Bondaweb to stick up hems because I can't be bothered to stitch them.
Now we have one more kit to show. Oh, this is fabulous.
Yeah,
Merry Christmas.
I love this kit. Well, one of the reasons I like it so much is it's got Merry Christmas on there for a start.
Yeah,
so
can we just hold this up a second?
Yeah.
Thank you. Oh, I just love this.
So I have done it in blue, you know, which is not everybody's colour scheme, is it, at Christmas? Because I thought I'd do it in blue because of the little penguins on there and it's wintry. But you imagine the Merry Christmas done in green and red or gold or whatever. It's entirely up to you. If you've just got the pattern, you can do it in whatever colour. If you've got the kit...
Now, this kit works in the same way that the robin, it's the embellishments. You add your own background fabric, your binding, things like that. This is, I mean, this is just delicious.
Yeah, there's just lots of lovely felts in there for you
Got your freezer paper, you've got your pattern. You add your own background and binding.
Yeah, because I think then you can theme it to the house, can't you?
Totally.
You know, so you don't have to do it in the blues that I did. But I think the value for the pattern is having the whole Merry Christmas in there.
Oh, agreed.
So you'll be able to use the Merry Christmas on lots of other projects, won't you? And then the penguins as well. Because I'm always talking about getting value for money. If you don't applique them all on, then you could again make them into little decorations, like little tags to go on gifts or just to go on your tree. You get all the wiggly eyes.
I was about to ask that.
Yeah, everything's in there. So all your little wiggly eyes, all your little pom-poms for the hats, the little snowflakes that are in there, and all the templates just to do as little gifts and that. So I just think it's endless, the penguins. And their flippers are in different directions. Yeah. So you can decide what you're doing with them. I think they'd even look good maybe on gift bags and things like that. And again, I've made this easy for you. So you know when you start sewing and people say to you, oh, you have to do all your applique and then you have to layer up and then you have to quilt. Well, I threw that out with the bath water and I just quilt all the fabric first and then applique after.
Yeah, great.
So then it's just a joy to work with. You haven't got to, I'm not fussing around, trying to go around everything. So my piece of fabric will be completely finished and then I'll pop all my applique on.
And your appliques really pop because of that. I've got single figures left of this kit, by the way. You've been very, very quietly but busily checking out your baskets while we've been looking at these
Chit-chatting.
I mean, they're just lovely, though. I just, genuinely I love everything you do, every project you bring. I go, oh, that's cute. Oh, I love that. Oh, I want to make that. Just so appealing. You've got such an eye.
Well, I'd like to put a little bit of traditional sewing in as well. So you've got a nice little binding there, cut on the bias and
Do you get your kind of dripping snow in the templates?
So in the template, and then I talk to you as well in there about how to do that. If I just let you show that.
Ah,
So
all reversed as well.
All reversed.
Fab.
Yeah. How much time have we got, Stuart?
We have got about 10 minutes.
Oh, have we?
tops.
All right.
Yeah.
Oh, we can come to that then in a second, and I can talk you through that little bit. So I won't rush you through there. So yeah, so you've got all your lettering, and you've got the dripping snow on there as well. So I'll show you in a minute how easy that is to do. Everything's reversed, so it needs to be reversed because you're going to be working on the back of the glitter felt. It's not like normal felt where it's either way. With this, it has got a front and a back. And then, but it also, because it's all reversed, if you want to use heat and bond or bonder web and you want to fuse the whole thing down, then that'll work as well.
Yeah.
And then when it comes to construction, you could use, if you use like heat and bond ultra, say, for argument's sake, or some stronger glue, you don't have to sew it at all, do you?
No sewing at all required. Now, I do just need to, I don't want to bring you down, Gail, but we have had a complaint. Please stop showing us such beautiful designs, Gail. I can't afford any more.
Oh. Just pick your favourite then. Just pick your favourite.
The great thing, this kit's sold out, by the way. Well done if you got it. The great thing is you can make one thing, get gorgeous impact, and you design such classic projects you can add year on year. It's not a case of, well, it's fashionable this year, and if I don't make everything this year... Yeah.
It'll come the next year, and you can change the fabrics to match as fabric. It's like fabrics go out of date. Actually, we were talking, weren't we? And you recognised one of the fabrics that were on the back of one of my projects and that.
Now, we've got the pattern on screen. If you want the physical pattern, just want to mention as well, Gail is celebrating, we're all celebrating, that Gail Penberthy, Endless Threads, has been with us here at SewingStreet for just over a year, which is fabulous. Gail has very generously said that she will gift the entire table of kits and patterns to one lucky winner who buys something from this hour. Okay, so you just buy one thing or lots of things, you'll be entered into that prize draw to win all of the kits, all of the patterns from this hour. Now, Gail, you've got a second hour in a little while.
I have, yes.
And we're doing the same again.
Yeah, we are.
But you need to buy something from that hour.
Yeah, and the prize will be that hour's kits. So it's not a repeat of these kits. So it's the kits from the second hour.
Now, we've got about 6-7 minutes. Is there something else you'd like to show us?
Yeah, so should we have a little look at the kits? Can I leave that mess there? Is that okay?
Of course it is.
And do you work in a mess, Stuart? Or
No, I'm always very neat, very tidy. I never drop things on the floor. I fold all my fabric carefully and vacuum before I go home.
Yeah, Pinocchio. I'm just thinking, you're making me feel really inadequate.
I work in mess, and then when I'm done, I do tidy up every time. I like to finish with a tidy up, but I mean, when I'm working, it's absolute Armageddon.
Yeah. Well, I'm like that, and I think if you're creative, you're in the moment, aren't you?
Yeah.
You don't want to be stopping to dust, do you? Yeah. Well, I definitely don't. So depending on whether you're making the wall hanging we were just talking about, or you're making the cushion, I was saying earlier, I like to quilt first. So with a cushion, I use this technique, which may be unusual for some people, or some people might have seen it before. This is only a mini version, just for demo's sake. But I've cut my piece of wadding out. The instructions are in the pattern, and a piece of calico for the backing. Then I put my front fabric on, and then I quilt it.
I notice you've cut your wadding and your backing quite generously. Do you do that when you're working on a bigger piece as well?
Yeah, and there will be a bit of thing, because I'm going to add borders to this as well. So we'll have a border and that in there.
Gotcha.
And I wanted to add a bit of pizzazz, so I've added a little strip of gold in there. Now, most of us will know that when we buy fabrics like this, they are a little bit trying because they do a lot of fraying and that. So with that in mind, rather than try to piece it, which can be really awkward, I like to put in a flat piping so we can see it's fraying up at the back. I'm not really worried about that, am I? So what I will do is I'll fold my piece of fabric, okay? I'll fold it generously so I've got some extra on there, and then I'll trim it back to my strips, and then I'll add my strips to the edge of the cushion. It makes you look like you're really clever and you're adding these really nice pipings, but they're flat. Do you ever do that with your quilt?
I certainly do. I love that finish. And so the folded edge is facing inwards.
Yeah. And then what you can do then is you can then add your borders on there. And in the pattern, it tells you the size, but obviously you're making this bigger so that you can see the borders and that. And then you'll add your border top and bottom, and everything's quilted. You can finish the whole thing if you want there and then, or you can just work on the center. So once I've done that, I've got my cushion ready. Same with the penguins. I will have completed everything ready. So now I'm going to show you the center of the cushion, so we can imagine it's all quilted and that. And I've got my little birds and my holly that I want to put on there. So in your pattern kit, I told you had some freezer paper. So with your freezer paper, you're going to use it to trace your holly leaves out. So now freezer paper is not heat and bond or bonder web, so it's only a temporary adhesion, so it's not going to leave any glue or any residue into your work at all. So first of all you'll trace off your leaves, and again, like when you're using heat and bonder web, you're leaving a margin beyond. You're not cutting out on the line. You're going to put it on the back of the glitter felt, like so, and then you're going to take your iron and you're just going to give it a little iron. It just takes a couple of seconds to adhere. So it's nicely on there. Now the good bit about this is it can come off, okay? It's left nothing on the felt at all, and then it can go back on again. You can probably use it, I don't know, probably on this kind of felt, maybe even up to 10 times.
Wow.
And then if it was a fluffier fabric, maybe 5 or 6. The good thing with the paper is it sort of adds a little bit of stability to the, I'm just going to cut off the excess there, a little bit of stability to the felt. So it makes it easy to cut out. Then you're going to spend your time cutting it out nicely. So it makes everything really easy to cut out. You're going to do the same thing with the robins as well. So you can add that to your normal acrylic felt. Just be careful when you're ironing acrylic felt. I always like to put a little pressing cloth on there just to make sure that I don't damage anything. So then we're going to pull the paper off, and then there's no residue on that. So this is not going to stick to my felt, okay? No. But what I can do is, to save me having to trace loads and loads of holly, I can now pop that back on my felt, iron it again, and then I'm good to go to cut round it again.
Yeah, brilliant.
So I haven't got to trace it loads of times. Now in your pattern, I give you a little circle as well, tell you to put a little, and the reason for the circle is that's going to be your guide as to where to place your little robins, and then where to place all your holly leaves. And your holly leaves, you can have real fun with this. You're just going to pop your holly leaves down, and then you're going to stitch them in place. And then this bit will all be free, and the vein of the leaf will hold the leaves in place. And I think that adds a really nice touch to it.
Yeah, it's gorgeous. Steph loves your tip about quilting first and then appliquing on top.
Yeah.
Great bit of learning there.
And also, should I just bring in the penguins at this point so I can give you a few other little tips? Okay, so you can see here works the same for both of them. So the penguin is on there. The penguin now, he's got orange feet, black body, white, pink here, he's got a red hat. I've stitched him down with invisible thread. Because if I didn't have invisible thread in there, I would have had to have changed the colour of thread so many times.
Yeah.
So with invisible, it's fine. And what I've done is you don't want to detract from the sheer glitter of everything. So if I used a plain black matte thread on there, it would detract from all the glitter. So use invisible, use a zigzag stitch. With a zigzag stitch then, you're not putting as many stitches into the felt either. And also, the good thing is once you've done this, you can wander from one letter to the next.
Oh, yes, good idea. And do your quilting.
Yeah, yeah.
Love that. It's absolutely brilliant. Gail, it's been a fabulous hour.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now, don't forget, we will pick one winner from this show to win the entire table. We've got a second competition coming up later. But right now, we are going to join the rest of the nation in remembering all of those who have fought, who have died, who continue to work towards a peaceful world. Lest we forget, please join me in a 2-minute silence, and then we will go to a break and rejoin you after. Thank you for joining us for that 2-minute silence.
Brand new for 2025, the SewingStreet Christmas Jumper. Available in robin red and Christmas tree green, these jumpers are a statement of luxury and sophistication. The wool blend material is soft to touch, whilst giving added warmth and ease of movement. Playing games. Hanging baubles. Or just having fun drinking with friends. Plus, exclusively new for this season, the So This Is Christmas jumper. Look how cool Hayley looks in this new cool and fun design. All come in a variety of sizes from medium to XXL, ensuring they cater for all shapes and sizes. The SewingStreet Christmas Jumper Collection, available in one good retailer.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to SewingStreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel. Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV Guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items, you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4, or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Hi everybody, thank you for joining us all here at Sewing Street for that 2-minute silence before the break. Now, in this hour, I'm joined again by the fabulous Wendy Ross. Welcome back.
Thank you very much.
Good to have your company.
Thank you.
And your expertise as well, of course. Absolutely brilliant. We're going to be looking this hour at some patterns from Maison Fauve. I've actually got 4 patterns across the whole show. This is going to be our focus, though. It is La Blouse Tempête, which I'm reliably informed means the storm blouse.
Yeah.
Excellent. What was the accent like? Pretty good?
Good. Good.
Not too hello.
Because you got the hat, so it's tempête.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh, yes. La Storm Tempête. Now then, this is rather gorgeous. There's some really lovely details on this blouse. Love this draping in the cowl. You've also got some really lovely stitched pleat in the shoulder as well. Oh. Hang on. This will make it to the blooper reel. Oh. No, can't do it. Right, just very, very small. Joined today by Jimmy Cranky. You've got an invisible zip. This is the bit I was trying to show you. It's got an invisible zip in the back, which, there we go. Beautiful, beautiful. There we go. Right. Right. 19.99. No, we're doing deals today. We're doing deals. You're getting this pattern for 40. That's a £5 off. I was going to say I may not be a maths genius, but as my puzzle pointed out, I actually am. That's £5 off. That's 25% off the pattern from Maison Fauve, La Blouse Tempête. Brilliant, $14.99. Size-wise, this goes from a size 6 to a size 24. We've got a really, really nice range of sizes there. And a really, really fabulous pattern. Lots of lovely drape. You can also do this as a sleeveless version, I believe.
Yep.
Yeah, very nice. I think that's nice when, particularly if you're wearing a jacket that you don't want to take off. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's not quite so layered up. But yeah, really lovely. That's the Tempête blouse from Maison Fauve. Now, what sort of fabric should we be looking for this one, please?
It definitely needs something with a good amount of drape.
Yeah.
Something really that's going to have a good swish when it's on the roll and you're in the shop or you're choosing your fabric.
Mm-hmm.
And something that, so I suppose not so much, not a lawn, yes, you'd get away with a lawn, but a nice drapey linen or definitely a viscose.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that would look beautiful, sleeveless as like a party blouse.
Gorgeous.
A bit sparkly maybe,
I
just
was
black.
thinking a bit of sparkle.
Or even opaque bodice and then maybe a georgette sleeve.
Nice.
Just a bit of, but really it's like jazz it up.
Ooh, love that. Lots of you have been loving the fabric that the model is made from. That's this one right here. Would you believe £17.99 for the 2-metre bundle? It's brilliant value, absolutely brilliant. It's gorgeous quality too. It's a viscose linen, digitally printed again to get that incredible depth of colour. And the 2 meters is enough to make up to the size 26 in the blouse. £4.50 a half metre. You really can't go wrong.
It was nice to work with. I do
Great.
like working with that sort of fabric.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because actually it's reasonably structured,
It
but it's
is.
got that lovely drape.
Exactly. So it's almost like it shouldn't, but it does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Best of both worlds. Lovely. Well, keep going through for that one. That's such a beautiful colour, isn't it? You know, really add a touch of brightness. I think so many of us find the winter a very dreary time, and I have to surround myself with gorgeous bright colour. That's my tip. Beautiful. Right, that's that first bundle. Let's go to, I'm going to go to this one next. I think the colours are incredible. And I think this one is also a linen viscose mix, isn't it? A viscose slub. Yes. got that sort of slightly uneven weave, those thick and thin. And look at that gorgeous drape that you've got as well. Absolutely stunning. Really beautiful. This has been a popular one. $14.99 for this. $7.50 a metre. That's absolutely fantastic, isn't it? It's proving very popular if you want that one. Such a gorgeous, vibrant colour as well. Thank you. All right, that's that. Now, next up, I'm going to, let's go with a solid, the pink and the grey. So I've got two solid colours here. Let's start with the pink. Viscose slub, linen viscose. Oh, that again, gorgeous. Got that lovely drape, but also feels really stable. $15.99, so £4 a half metre. Brilliant. 30% linen and 70% viscose. So all natural fibres. Lovely. That's a gorgeous colour too, isn't it? That fuchsia. Next I've got grey. Same fabric, linen viscose. This time in that gorgeous soft grey. Remember as well, $15.99 is the whole bundle, and that's enough to make the Tempête blouse in the largest size, 26. That's gorgeous. 30% linen, so it's got that look and feel, but it's got that lovely soft drape because of the viscose. Okay, that's the grey. Next up now, let's go really gorgeously patterned. And this is really drapey and light as a feather. That is lovely. So that's a satin, viscose satin, $14.99 for the whole bundle. It's pretty impressive.
Pretty good, yeah. Yeah.
Amazing. Love all those colours too. $3.75 a half metre. I mean, that is a bargain. It's just like stained glass, isn't it? In some ways, this is giving me kind of Gaudi-esque kind of, you know, he used a lot of mosaic. It's almost giving me Gaudi mosaic as well. Oh, if you're going on a cruise, that's very beautiful. Right, next up, again, a healthy dose of sunshine for while we haven't got any. Gorgeous sort of California poppies, I would say. Yellow flowers in our graphics. I think they're poppies, and this yellow poppy, either a Welsh poppy,
So Welsh poppy is yellow, isn't it?
Bright yellow Welsh poppy, yeah. Or California poppies, kind of yellow to golden orange. But you've got lovely sort of layered look to this. And again, really sort of soft and silky. $14.99 for the 2 metre bundle. Okay, let's go for a solid. This is a gorgeous kind of duck egg. Amazing colour. And again, you know, really nice and light, but not see-through. This is the duck egg. This is a viscose poplin. So it's still got that gorgeous drape and that fluidity.
Yeah, yeah.
You're demonstrating.
That's the demo one,
aren't
yes,
you?
yeah.
It's going to make a rather beautiful blouse, isn't it? Keep that one handy. One more. I think this is also a lawn, isn't it? It's been really popular, this. That is, oh wow. That is gorgeous. You like a bit of mauve, don't you?
I do, I love a bit of mauve.
That's
gorgeous.
Purple. 2 metres for $17.99, been really popular, that one. Lots in baskets. If you want that, do check out, won't you? And then, I think this would be really smart. Slightly less drape on this, but like either colour. I'm going to start with this one, though. I just think that would make such a gorgeous, quite a sort of fresh modern style of this blouse. This is the gingham cotton fabric. So this doesn't have as much drape, okay? So it's going to have a little more structure to it, but I think it could really work. $14.99 for 2 meters. Or just for something else. A shirt, a more structured blouse. I think it's just gorgeous fabric. And then we've got that in the yellow, which again, I just think is a gorgeous fabric. $14.99 for 2 meters. Quilters would work really well as well for quilters. Now, pattern on its own, very, very popular. It's been really popular. Oh gosh, actually we're in double figures now. So this could sell out. Be quick on this one. $14.99. You're saving £5 on the pattern, which is a brilliant time to buy. 6 to 24. I don't think we've ever done this on a Maison Fauve pattern before to save £5. If you go to the Maison Fauve website, it's $19.90. See, that's lovely in the polka dots.
It is, yeah. Yeah, I saw that
Very
picture
nice.
before.
Very nice. Oh, that's cute. It's sleeveless.
Yeah.
C'est très chic.
Yes, it's very French. This blouse.
It is. It's really rather lovely. See that little pleated detail on the shoulder? Not a shoulder pad, but just gives that little bit of extra.
Well, the pleats are on the back shoulder and the front shoulder. So the back just creates a nice drape, but the pleats contribute to the cowl neck. So the cowl isn't very big. If you look at the pattern, compared to some cowls, but the pleats just make it really delicate.
Oh, look at that. That is stunning. That is so high-end, isn't it? Yeah, that's gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Really love that. Keep going through for the pattern, won't you? And if you can get hold of any of those fabric bundles, this is a great time to stash. We've got some amazingly priced fabric bundles in this hour. Right, I'll leave the pattern on screen for you. We've got some invisible zips on the show. It does use an invisible zip in the back. So if you want to get an invisible zip, we've got quite a reasonable range of colours. Wendy, what can you show us?
Right. Well, I thought what I would do is this pattern is not a beginner pattern. I would say it's for somebody who it's certainly not advanced. It's sort of intermediate. But the sleeve has got quite a few features on it that I thought would be interesting to have a look at, and I want to show people a different way of doing the cuff to make it a bit neater. So when Rebecca did this a few months ago, and she demonstrated the pleating and the facing on the neck, but I thought I'd just show people who didn't see that. Let's move all that out of the way. So on the front and the back shoulders, you've got these pleats, and like you said, you actually stitch them down. So you fold them and stitch them, and then you just press them on the outside. If you wanted to, you could stitch them on the outside, but you don't need to. And then you've got a back neck facing, okay, which is a very small facing, but the cowl on the front is literally, it's just folded over, so it's like self-faced, if you like.
Oh, okay.
And all you do is you overlock, and then you press it, stitch it, and so that just forms. Because what you wouldn't want was an interfaced facing there, because it's supposed to drape. So of course it's going to be too heavy. So it's very well designed. The zip is only a very short zip, so it's not down all the way down the back. It's only, is it 20 centimetres, I think, the zip that they recommend, or up to 22 centimetres, yeah. So it's not a full zip, which means that you can pattern match up the back if you need to, depending on the fabric, or if you want to pattern match it.
But I mean, with a fabric like this,
it's so busy. I mean, I did try and pattern match it a little bit, but it's only 1 centimetre seam allowance, so it's quite tricky. But the fabric is so busy, it doesn't really show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, there is a rather gorgeous bit of pattern matching there.
Thank you.
I would just point that out. Very nice.
On the zip, yeah.
I'm not known for my pattern matching.
Oh, the sleeveless version,
Yeah.
there's a facing. There is a separate, there's a front facing and a back facing piece for the sleeveless version. So if you just want the sleeveless one.
Yeah.
So what I thought I would show everybody is the sleeve and the cuff. So it's a two-piece sleeve, which is a little bit unusual. It helps to give the sleeve a bit more of a shape, because you can put in, you can incorporate your darts into it, and you can have a little bit of a curve on the sleeve. So you've got, if I turn it the right way through, you can see that there are a couple of little pleats on the cuff. Little pleats, and I'll show you how to do those. And then the opening is it's self-faced, so you just fold them over and you just stitch them down. And then I'm going to show how to do the cuff. So what I've done here, I've done this intentional. I've done this mock-up, and I find neatening collars and neatening cuffs and neatening waistbands. It's my nemesis.
Okay.
Too much fabric tucking it out the way. If you snip too much, you end up not having enough fabric, and things can fray. So I've started bagging mine out, because either one of two things happen. So either you don't fold the cuff over enough, and you get, can you just see there's a line of stitching that you can see here. I know it's on the inside. I know I'm the only one that's going to see it, but I know it's there, so I don't like that. Or the opposite happens, and you have too much of a fold, and so it's tatty and it's neat. So I'm going to show you how to bag it out so that it's all neatly enclosed and it's much neater.
I would just point out that you deliberately did this.
I deliberately did this
with,
so I folded that one down too much, and then I did that one not enough, just to show it's very exaggerated, but they're better on that one. I did do on that one.
Sure, no, but you're going to show us how to avoid these things. I think this is brilliant. Great time to learn something new.
So on the pattern piece for the sleeve, you've got this pattern piece, and then you've got a much smaller pattern piece. Okay, so we'll deal with that one later. But we've got a couple of pleats, and on the pattern, what it asks you to do, it shows you how to sew the pleats. But actually, one thing I did want to point out as well. There's a video for it on YouTube, Maison Fauve YouTube channel.
Oh, fantastic.
So it's a very, very good video, and it's English dubbed, which is always interesting.
Yeah.
But it's very, very good. But there are a couple of translation things on the pattern. So I've circled on my pattern. So on page 6, where it's talking about doing the front bust, it uses the word top stitch, but it means overlock.
Okay.
I don't know why.
Okay.
And then also, the French word for overlock is surfile, which means sew over. And I suspect that a translator might have picked that out as top stitch, because it means a similar thing.
Yes.
But then on page 7, when it's talking about assembling the front and the back, it uses the word gather when it means overlock as well. So it's worth watching the video, and then you'll see, because I thought, gather the centre back? You really don't want to gather the centre back of that. That's just nonsense. So.
I'm really glad you pointed that out. Thank you.
You're welcome. Right. So on the pattern, on the fabric for the sleeve, I've got four notches. So the first notch on right over by the cuff opening is for the cuff. But then I've got two lots of snips here. Okay, and all I'm going to do is I'm going to pull them together. Okay, so I'm going to put the notches together. And I did actually find that the first time that I did it, my sleeve hem was still slightly too big to go into the cuff. So I'm just going to do a little bit more, just so that I'm making sure that I've sewn it enough. Make sure when you sew right up to the notches.
Got you. So
otherwise,
these are your pleats?
for the pleats, because otherwise it's not going to fit into the cuff. If you bag it out, you do have a little bit more flexibility with the seam allowance, but if you're not going to bag it out, then it's you've got to be really careful. So I'm just creating my pleats. I'm pulling the notches together. And then the pattern, the instructions ask you to do something that I've never done before on pleats, but it's just something a little bit different. We're going to secure the pleats down before we put the cuff together. So I would normally just fold the pleats, tack them down, and then put my cuff on. But this way, they actually ask you to secure them before you do that.
Okay.
So it's a 1 centimetre seam allowance, because they're all French patterns are all metric. So I'm going to sew, I'll just show you on here, I'm going to sew a line of stitching from the fold to the notches. And I'm going to use my seam allowance. So I'm only going to go up to the notch. I'm going to do that for both of them. Scissors.
So I suppose at that point you can get rid of your pins.
Yes, I'm a very naughty. I do sew with pins. I'm very naughty.
I wasn't
sew very
judging.
carefully. Just do the next one. Oh. Right. Right, I've gone over a little bit there, a little bit too enthusiastic, so I'm just going to unpick that with my trusty unpicker.
Sewing standing up, isn't it?
I know, yes, and also an unfamiliar machine.
Yep.
Right, so remove my pins. So I'll just show you what I've done. So for both of the pleats, I have just done a little row of stitching.
Okay.
Just to secure the pleat in place. Mm-hmm. And then what I need to do is I need to press the pleats. I need to press the pleats towards each other.
Oh, okay.
So I'm sort of going to press them to the centre of the pleats, and it should just leave about 1 centimetre between them. I worked it out when I was messing about with it before, because the first one didn't fit properly. Mm-hmm. It's just about 1 centimetre between them. Okay, so I'm pressing them together. Now, if you want to, you can secure them down with a row of stitches just to secure them down. Okay, but I'm going to just leave them for now so I can move on. So they are on the inside. Mm-hmm. Okay, so the wrong side is the side that the pleats are on. So the next step with the sleeve is to sew the two halves of the sleeve together, the two pieces of the sleeve together, mm-hmm. and obviously right sides together. And then you've got these on both of the pieces. You've got these little wedges here. If I show you here, and these are what you're going to create the facing from the inside of the cuff with. And I'll show you how to do that. So I'm just going to. So I would stitch this, and then I would overlock it. But I'm not going to overlock it today. But you would overlock it to neaten it off, and you would just overlock it down to where the notches start. So these sort of, they're not indentations. They're the opposite of indentations. They're sort of the protruding bits are.
It looks like lovely fabric to wear.
It is, yes, and I like turquoise and tea as well as liking mauve and purple. I do like turquoise. I thought turquoise is the new purple.
I think it's a gorgeous.
Yeah,
I think it sort of lights the skin nicely.
Yeah, I don't like pastels, but I love these sort of tones and shades because they're not pastel, but they're nice and bright and light.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm just going to stitch that seam.
Also, you're using a contrast thread so we can see where you're sewing.
Yes.
Match the colour.
Yeah, I absolutely would. Absolutely would, yeah. And on this fabric, I would probably use a 10 or 11 needle, what is that? 70, about 70. I tend to think of them in numbers, rather the old system rather than the
Nice and fine.
Yeah, nice and fine. Or a sharps needle. Yeah. Okay. And also actually on the digital printed, because they are printed, and if your needle is too big and it pulls on a thread, it can distort the pattern on the fabric.
Yes.
And it's such a shame when there's such beautiful fabrics. So I would do that as well.
Yes, absolutely.
I would
yes,
use a finer needle.
The design just sits on the very surface of the fabric, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So you do need to use a nice, sharp, fine needle.
Yeah. So it tells you to pin the front to the back of the sleeve and overcast. So it uses the word overcast there correctly, and press it towards the sleeve front. Now, Maison Fauve patterns, this comes up all the time with Maison and other French patterns as well. The notches on the armhole and the armscye are the other way round. Yeah. Okay, so the front, now it's easy on this one because obviously the front is the bigger piece. You're not going to have this seam down the front of your sleeve. So we've got the two notches, so we know that's the front of the sleeve, and it is a difference, but it's consistent with French patterns. I've got a few French patterns and they are consistently that. So it's not just Maison Fauve.
Okay.
So I would overlock it and then I'm just going to press it towards the front of the sleeve. Now, when you overlock, you're only going to overlock the length that you have sewn as part of the seam. So we've now got these two bits here that we're going to work with. And you've got lots of notches on here. So you've got a notch here where the fabric on the seam finishes, and then you've got a notch down the bottom as well. And then on the other side, on the back, you've got two notches. You've got a notch at the front and a notch at the back. So it doesn't really matter which way you do it, but your back, the back part of your sleeve is going to sit over the front part of the sleeve. So it's probably easier to do the front one first, and also you just move the back one out of the way. Okay, and you are going to press, so I'll do this at the iron, you're going to press down to the notch. Okay, so we're going to put the back bit out the way, and then using the stitching line as my guide, I'm going to press all the way down to that notch. If your fabric was really mobile, you could always just mark it first, just to give yourself a little bit of a helping hand. Okay, so I'm just pressing that bit there, and then I'm going to press it under again. So I'm going to enclose that raw edge nicely, and I'm going to press that.
It was actually a really easy way to make that sleeve open, isn't it?
It is. My only criticism of it is, and I'll show you on the Blue Peter one.
Yeah.
And this is on the video
just
as
bring
well.
It over, sorry. You need it on
that one. So there's a raw edge here, which I don't like. There's a little bit of a raw edge.
See, yeah.
And when they do the demonstration, they leave a raw edge as well. So you might want to just hand stitch it and just to neaten it off so it does, because obviously it's going to be rubbing. So I thought that's strange. I checked back on the video and no, that's exactly what they leave as well. So if you were confident with binding, you could bind it. You could bind the opening.
Okay.
That would work just as well. Right, so that's the front one done. Now the back one, it's easier to do it in situ because then you know that you're actually overlaying onto the other one. So I'm going to fold it over using my notch as a guide, like so. So I've got a notch at the top, a notch at the bottom, and I'm going to fold it over, and I'm just going to make sure that I've overlain it completely onto the front one. And I'm going to give that a bit of a press. And then I'm going to do the same thing that I did with the one at the front. I'm just going to fold it over. So you're going to do a double fold on this one. Oh, sorry, I've done that wrong. You've
Round the other way.
Round the other way, yes. You fold it back onto itself, sorry. So I'll just press that out. So I'm going to fold it away. So just making sure that I line that up, get that notch, and line it up there. That's it. And then double fold so that the raw edge is nicely tucked out of the way. So now I've got these two folds that I can now stitch down. So you do them separately.
Okay.
And you do them whichever order you feel is the easiest. Now I would do them on the right side.
Yes.
But you would need to make sure that you measured your seam allowance very, very carefully. Okay. What you're going to do is you're going to, on the one that's got the pleats, you're going to do that one. You're going to like secure it at the end. Okay. So you're only going to do your straight line. You're only going to do your straight line. So I'll just do that, making sure that you've got everything else out of the way. You could always tack it if your fabric was quite drapey. All tangled up. Okay. And again, it's a top stitch, so you might want to do a slightly longer stitch.
I always think we often have our favourite pattern houses that we go back to again and again. But I think it's always interesting when you go to a new pattern house because everyone has their own way of doing things.
Yes.
And I was saying in the first hour today that when you first learn a new skill, there is only one way to do something.
Absolutely.
And it's the way that you got taught.
That's right. And depending on when you got taught. So I got taught by my grandmother. And then when I did O-level, needlework at school, and then I learned through Vogue or Reader's Digest sewing books, and now there's a new world out there, and it's so exciting because there's new pattern houses and I love the independent pattern companies, But the Maison Fauve, this is the third Maison Fauve one I've done now on this show, and it's interesting, there's different ways of doing things.
Do you think that's a French thing, or is it Maison Fauve?
I don't know. I have used a couple of other French patterns, but very different sorts of garments. So this blouse, I wouldn't, because I don't have a formal job, I wouldn't necessarily buy that and make that blouse. So it wouldn't have been something that would have been on my radar. But I suppose it's just a way of creating the features, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think it's just interesting because then you have those different methods, those different techniques in your toolbox.
Of course.
And then sometimes you might get a pattern that it doesn't show the way that you're familiar and happy with, and you can think, actually, I'll substitute my method. I'll Wendy it.
Yes, yeah. Well, when I'm working with my ladies, and they'll say, well, how does this work? I'll say, well, actually, if you do it this way, it's a little bit easier. Or if they're a real beginner, I'll say, well, now let's keep it really simple. Let's do a little toile of the cuff, of this, of that.
Yeah. I'm a big fan of doing things in isolation.
Definitely.
If you're new to putting in an invisible zip, don't practice on your blouse.
Yeah.
You practice on a little toile, but not a toile of the whole blouse.
No.
Just putting the zip between two bits of fabric.
Exactly. Just practice. And you can always keep that in your stash or a little folder and say, well, this is, you can refer back to it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Right. So I've done those two. And now what I need to do is I need to secure them together because I don't want them sort of flapping open all the time. So I'm just going to do a line of stitching that joins the front opening side to the back opening side, and I am going to pin this in place because I don't want it to move. I want it to be lined up. I don't want it to be at an angle, and then it'll never sit right.
Yep.
So I'm going to pin, but then also what I'm going to do is I'm going to look on the back and I'm going to say, right, okay, where do I absolutely need this line to come? Because I don't want to miss this raw edge. That needs to be secured down.
Sure.
Okay. So I'm going to get a pin, And I'm just going to say, right, it needs to be here, a minimum of here. And I'm just going to mark that with a pin. And then I'm going to turn it over. And now I've done my line of stitching quite way up. I can undo that, okay? And because my facing doesn't come up that high, and then I'm just going to mark on here with my friction pencil, so I'll iron out. And that's up where I know I need to do my line. And then what I'll do is I'll go back and I will unpick those stitches, okay? So that's the beauty of, nothing's that permanent. Unless you've cut it, it's not permanent.
Absolutely.
So I'm just going to do a little line.
And also as well, so many of us associate unpicking with making a mistake, doing it wrong. It actually is part of the process.
Yes, it is,
for everyone.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's actually an integral part of a process.
It is, yes. Well, if you're putting in, if you're doing machine basting, or you're just machining something in just to keep it in place while you do something else. Yep. Definitely.
Yeah, absolutely. You've got to embrace that unpicker. It's your friend.
Definitely. Right. So I might try and see if I can reset the machine so I can go backwards because it's annoying me a little bit. Right. Oh, needle up. Okay. So there we go. So that's the cuff opening finished. So I'll just trim my ends. Oh, should have taken that pin out. So that would be a little bit neater. So I'd pull all the threads through and then I would thread them back in. But that's how you do the opening. So I would just undo that line of stitches. So now what I need to do is I need to sew the side seam of the underarm seam of the shirt of the sleeve, and I would overlock that. Okay, so I'll just quickly sew that and then I'll show you how I bag out the cuff. The only disadvantage of working with viscose is it can have a mind of its own, but as long as you take your patience with cutting it out, then it's usually okay. I've made a few mistakes in the past with viscose that I hadn't realised quite how mobile it was, and when I've had my pattern pieces, I thought, a bit wonky.
Any tips then from your
rotary cutter.
Rotary cutting.
So yeah, don't let if you're using a fluid fabric, don't let it hang over the side of your station, because obviously
gravity is not your friend.
Well, it's not your. Gravity's never your friend.
Only when you're cleaning.
Okay. Yes. Okay. So never, because obviously it will create tension. So roll it very gently, but just match your selvages, and then obviously if there's any wrinkling, just give it a shake out, and then just be patient with it. Take your time, get those selvages to match, and then maybe leave it. Use some pattern weights. But I always cut with a rotary cutter. I've got a special mat that covers all of my sewing table.
Oh, good call.
Creates a bit of friction as well, so things don't sort of slide off.
Yes.
But rotary cutter.
That's a really good tip. Thank you.
Yeah.
And
but not everybody has that space.
45mm?
Yes.
Rotary cutter.
But I do have a much smaller one that I will use for tight corners. The problem with I find, and I know not everybody likes using a rotary cutter, if you're using a fluid fabric. So like these scissors, for example, you put them and the fabric has to lift all that distance. And so it's pulling and it's distorting it. Yeah.
I'm useless at cutting fabric with scissors. Dressmaking. Yeah.
Yeah.
I do tend to use scissors, in fairness, but yeah, it's a hard job.
Yeah.
Rotary cutting easier.
I was away at the weekend on a sewing retreat, and I had taken my toile, had my toile fitted, and I had to cut my fabric with scissors there because I didn't cut it out in advance because obviously I had to have the toile fitted, pattern alterations, and luckily it was cord dry, but I felt as if I'd forgotten how to use scissors because I had my big scissors. So, it was a bit nerve-wracking. Yeah, but
Were you a member, like a visitor, or were you teaching on the?
Oh no! I was a participant.
Oh, lovely!
Yeah.
Did you have a good time?
Oh, this is fantastic. Yeah, and because I've been with Claire Louise, so the people who go, like this one I went on, there's only two ladies that I didn't know, that I'd never met before. So it's like everything's like a reunion.
That's really nice.
Yeah,
lovely.
lovely.
Yeah. If you haven't heard of Claire Louise Harding before, where have you been? Claire Louise was the executive sewing producer for the first, I think, 4 or 5 seasons of Sewing Bee. So when I did the original series, Claire Louise was the kind of ultimate sewing expert on set. And yes, we were all a little bit terrified of her. I certainly was. I remember, you know, at the time I'd never used an overlocker before. And somebody said, oh, can we have an overlocker? Oh, yes, everyone can have an overlocker. Everyone can have an overlocker. I said, oh, can I have an overlocker? And she said, yes, of course you can. I said, I've never used one before. She said, you can't have an overlocker. And that was that. Yeah. But you didn't have to use an overlocker in the first series.
Right. Well, that saves a lot of time, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Right. So I've done the side seam. Now I would press that to one side. So I'd overlock them together, and I would press that seam towards the back of the sleeve. Okay. So I'll just do the end.
Do you know, I really like that shape of sleeve. I think it's lovely.
Yeah.
Very nicely shaped.
You don't often see, apart from on tailored stuff and jackets, and I suppose some shirts you might see them. You don't often see it on a dress or. No. I've got a nice. I use it's a named pattern clothing. They do it. One of my favourite dresses is one of their patterns, and that's got a 2-piece sleeve. Oh, lovely. Yeah, right.
You know, one of the shows I think we should do is I think we should ask our dressmaking guests to actually pick their absolute favourite pattern for dressmaking and bring it to Sewing Street. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
So it's all our designers' favourites.
But you'd get a massive variety, wouldn't you?
Yeah, you really would. And also, you fall in love with a pattern for many reasons.
Yes.
And I think it would be lovely to see.
Yeah, yeah.
I digress.
Right. Okay, so I'm now going to show you how to bag out. How much time?
Yes, please. That'd be wonderful. We've got about 5-6 minutes.
Okay. Well, I can at least give it, and I can show one half of it.
Thank you.
So we've got 2 cuff pattern pieces. We cut out 2 pieces. Now on this fabric, I have interfaced both of them because it's quite a drapey fabric. And I have also pressed over, not the whole length, but I've pressed over the 1 centimetre seam allowance on one edge of the cuff. So the cuff pieces they're symmetrical, so there's not a top and a bottom necessarily. I haven't gone right to the end, but that will become clear when I get there. So I'm going to put my cuff on so that I'm basically putting the cuff on inside out, and then I'm going to turn it through, which is obviously bagging out. It's what we think of as bagging out.
Okay.
So on the right side of the sleeve, I'm going to put one of the cuff pieces right side together. And I'll just do the one side just to sort of show what I'm doing. I would pin that all the way along. Like so. So I'll do that all the way round. And then on the inside, I would put the right side of my other cuff piece to the wrong side of my fabric. Okay? And then I would pin those 2 together.
And you wouldn't try and pin those at the same time. That would be a bit of a nightmare.
It would be a bit of an. I would do one, and then I would do the other ones. Yeah. Now, I could do this all in one go, but because there are so many pins involved, what I tend to do is do it in 2 stages. So I'm going to just stitch. So I'm going to pretend that the pins go all the way around. I'm just going to do one side, making sure that I keep my cuff opening straight. Yeah. I'm going to sew my 1 centimetre seam allowance. So you've got to pretend that I'm doing this all the way around, even though I'm not. And I'm just going to go to the end. And then I'm going to take out my pins. So already you can see that on the inside and the outside, it's really, really neat.
Gorgeous.
Okay, it's already really neat. So now what I'm going to do, and I'll do this on both sides eventually, I'm going to fold the sleeve right out of the way, and I'm going to pin the, I suppose like the side of the cuff and then into the corner. And then as far as I put it, on this fabric, it's beautiful because I could actually fold it right out of the way. It's so light. I'm going to pin along like the bottom edge of the cuff as well. Okay. Now where I folded over I've previously pressed it, I've actually got a stitching line there already. I'm just going to make sure that I start my stitching at the point where my cuff is sewn to. So I'm just going to draw a little notch because this fabric is quite light, as I said, so it's quite hard to feel it if it's quite light. And then I'm going to do the square, I'm going to sew the square of the cuff, and I'm going to put that on a 3.5 so it's in the centre of the presser foot.
While Wendy sews, I'm just going to mention in a second, I'm going to go through the other 3 patterns that I've got from Maison Fauve because we've got crashes on all of them. Let's do it now. Can we start with the Laurent? Laurent. The Laurent. I love this. It's got this kind of square neckline, gorgeous gathered cuff. I think that is beautiful. $14.99 for the pattern, sizes 6 to 24. That is lovely. That's really smart. And you can also do it as a dress. Oh, that's cool. Blouse or dress. That's really good value for $14.99. I think that's really rather stylish too. Then I've got La Blouse Hesperide. Hesperide.
Yes, I did that on the previous show.
That's pretty. That's pretty. Love that bow at the back. Very nice. That's lovely. $14.99. Again, I'd be tempted to extend the length of that so it kind of, you could have it so it sort of covers hips.
That was a question that was asked actually, I think, on the show about making it longer.
Was it?
Yeah.
And quite an easy job.
Well, yes, but what you'd have to be careful is because it goes outwards,
Yes.
you need to make sure that you didn't, unless you wanted an increased width at the bottom.
Yes.
Yeah.
You don't want it too
You don't want
wide.
it too, yeah.
No. And then this one, oh my goodness, my friend Jo needs to get this pattern and make this because it would suit her so well. La Blouse Déferlante. I almost wanted to call it the Blouse Différente, but it's Déferlante, which I have no idea what that means. $14.99 again. Brill. You can even do a flat-fronted one without the pin tuck detail. But I love a bit of pin tucking.
Oh, yes.
Gorgeous, so smart.
Yeah. Right.
So lovely.
So what I've done here is I've sewn my cuff and I've followed the seam a little bit, well, the fold that I've started to create on the bottom of the cuff.
Would you do that all the way around?
I will do that. No, I will do it. So I'll do the bottom of the cuff. If I had the time, obviously, I would do the bottom of the cuff in one go, and then I would do each side separately. But depending on how thick your fabric is, will depend on the gap that you would need to leave.
Okay.
And then I've basically hacked away at it. So I've really trimmed into the corners and reduced the bulk of the fabric. I've trimmed the one side with the interfacing down a lot more than the other. And then all I'm going to do is, like on a burrito, is I'm just going to pull it through gently. And then you can see that everything is enclosed. So normally I've got my pokey stick, but I'll just use my pen. Turn out the corners, and you can see straight away that instantly those two errors that I intentionally made, that's the inside. So look how much neater that is. And if you did that on the collar as well, I do it on my collars, and I've started to do it on waistbands as well, and I have a waistband, and on the outside. And then I would obviously do it on both sides. And then these edges, because they've already been pressed down, you don't even need to stitch them down. Well, you don't need to stitch them separately other than doing some top stitching around or you could just slip stitch it if you didn't want top stitching.
Yeah. It's really
so much
smart.
neater. Yes.
Very, very neat indeed.
Yeah.
Very neat indeed.
And
love
bit
that.
fiddly, but not difficult.
Worth it.
Definitely.
Absolutely worth it.
Yeah.
Fabulous. Thank you so much, Wendy. Brilliant. Now, remember, the main focus of the hour has been the blouse Tempête, the storm blouse with that gorgeous, softly draped cowl, invisible zip at the back, and those beautiful stitched pleats at the shoulders, front and back. Really like that. Also, of course, remember, we've got the Déferlante, the Hesperide, and the Laurent, all available and all with a £5 saving. Love that. Don't forget to pick up yourself a bargain fabric bundle as well. That was wonderful. Thank you so much for 2
You're
great
very
hours.
welcome. Thank you very much.
Learned a lot.
Yeah.
Great. See you next time. Now, before we go to a break, this morning at 8 a.m, I launched Volume 3 of my quilting bookazine series, We Love Quilting. And you get 3 quilt patterns all in one for $11.99. You get the Feathered Star Medallion quilt, a gorgeous statement one and done block in the center, with a plain border around it, which gives you the wiggle room to get it up to the right size if you need to. Then a beautiful twisted ribbon border, another plain border, again giving you the option of squaring it up if you need, and then a final dancing star border. This is a beautiful showstopper of a quilt. That's one pattern. Second pattern, still within the same We Love Quilting Volume 3, is my Stars in the Cabin, an absolute classic brought bang up to date with a fabulous 2-colour version. Beautiful, no more tearing, no more tears, foundation piecing method, plus those scrappy courthouse steps log cabin blocks in between. All joins up and you don't even have to try. And then the last pattern, a brand new method for making Lemoyne stars. No templates, no inset seams, no foundation piecing, just squares and rectangles to create those Lemoyne stars. And you use your littlest scraps to create that square on point border. It really, really does bring the whole thing to life. All of that, plus history and anecdotes, also some really good know-how, how to create a 2-colour quilt, what are the most common sizes of quilts, so that you can change any pattern to any size, and also lots of insider tips and tricks to make your quilting work every single time. Now, currently in baskets, we have nearly 500 of you have this pattern in your basket. I have 150 patterns left. I'm going to be completely transparent with you. I've got 150 patterns left. There are 500 with you, of you with this in your basket. Now, we cannot reprint any more today, tomorrow, this week, next week. This is your opportunity to get volume 3. We will, of course, reprint in the near future, but literally because of capacity at the printers, we cannot do any more. So when this sells out today, that will be it until certainly the end of next week, if not beyond that. So I would just urge you to check out your baskets on volume 3. Now, if you haven't already got involved with We Love Quilting, there is volume 1 and volume 2 still available. The series builds. I'm giving all my insider knowledge, all my nearly 35 years of quilt making experience into every issue. So all of the pitfalls that I've come across, all of the solutions, and all of the ways I've learned over the years to make quilting easier, more successful. And the main point is my patterns are all about using up your scraps. So buy a pattern, get 3 patterns in one, but here's the real gift. You don't need to buy any fabric. You already have this fabric in your stash. Use what you've got. Use what you've got. There's a novel idea. You can buy some fabric if you want to. £4 for that pattern. £4 for that pattern, and £4 for that pattern, plus history, tips, and insider knowledge. Okay, we're going to go to a break. Use the break to check out your basket. Final hour then with the fabulous Gail Penberthy. We're still doing Christmas and whole new projects. And don't forget, someone is going to win all of the kits from the next hour. And all you have to do is buy one thing from the next hour and you're in with a chance. See you after this.
Brand new for 2025, the SewingStreet Christmas Jumper. Available in robin red and Christmas tree green, these jumpers are a statement of luxury and sophistication. The wool blend material is soft to touch, whilst giving added warmth and ease of movement. Playing games. Hanging baubles. Or just having fun drinking with friends. Plus, exclusively new for this season, the So This Is Christmas jumper. Look how cool Hayley looks in this new cool and fun design. All come in a variety of sizes from medium to double XL, ensuring they cater for all shapes and sizes. The SewingStreet Christmas Jumper Collection, available in one good retailer.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to SewingStreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Well, happy 13th month birthday.
Thank you.
Very, but it is just over a year.
It is.
Since you joined us here at Sewing Street.
Yeah.
We
Can't
absolutely
believe
love
it.
what you do.
Thank you.
We love what you do. We all love what you do, Gail. And to celebrate, Gail's been incredibly generous. Buy something from this hour, okay? Something from Endless Thread, 12 o'clock hour on the website, and you'll be entered into a prize draw. And one of you will win the entire table of kits and patterns. How fabulous would that be? Absolutely amazing. Just buy one thing from this hour, you'll be entered into the prize draw, and look at all these goodies that you could win. One of you is going to win them. Yeah. Brilliant. And thank you so much for that generous gift as well.
Oh, you're very welcome. I value their support.
That's really wonderful. That's wonderful. Now, we're going to dive straight in. It's more Christmas. Oh, look at these cuddly lot. Absolutely gorgeous. Can't wait to get to them. But we're going to start with something really, really special, which is the Holly Jolly Santa, okay? Which is made using a florist's wreath, but it's almost like, really? Is there? It's this guy right here.
It's hidden away.
He's brilliant. He's brilliant. But you can hang this on a door, over a bed, mantelpiece.
Yeah, anywhere. We could make two, couldn't you, of one either side of the mantelpiece?
Yeah.
I sort of made him long and narrow because I think he fits into like lots of places then as well. You know, that little space on the wall or, like you said, the back of the door and that.
Brilliant. And he's a really good size too.
Yeah. So he was taken from a theme where I did an autumn one. I think we were on a show together where we did the autumn. And then quite a few people all said, oh, couldn't you do one for Christmas and that? So we were having this little conversation, weren't we, that I did make him last year. And he was so popular last year that I've brought him back this year.
Yes. Now, Gail's not going to be demoing this today, but if you want to watch the demo, 4th of December 2024, just rewatch that show. So where is the wreath?
So it's tucked in right there. So you can, if you just have a little, you can just feel it in there. And the reason that the ring is in there is with all the weight of the felt and all the fur and everything, I thought it would pull forward and it would like be a little bit floppy. I wanted to keep the structure of it. Yeah. And the wreath ring, although it can't be seen, keeps all the structure in there.
It's absolutely brilliant. So much fun. And I just love, Gail, how you have stitched the veining onto your holly leaves in silver metallic thread and then constructed the whole thing. Yeah. Can I ask, was a glue gun used in the process?
No, no glue to be seen anywhere. Everything stitched down.
But by hand?
Yes, all the leaves stitched on by hand. But I'm not the quilting police, so I will not be coming round. And if you decide to use a glue gun, then you are more than welcome.
Amazing, because, you know, time is tight.
It is.
Yeah, gorgeous. If you want to get the kit, here it is. And as always, I mean, so many of you have emailed in to say, Gail's kits are amazing. Gail's kits are the best. And, you know, really, you get everything you need in generous amounts.
Yeah.
If you need some stripy red and white ribbon, you get it. If you need a little bit of faux fur, you get that too.
You don't get a bit of sellotape to get the fluff off, though, which is, I suggest what you do. There's your wreath ring.
There's that wreath ring.
I generally wrap the rings up in the fleece because then they travel better, you know, through the post.
Brilliant.
And then you get a lot of felt. So you get 2 sheets of each one. So you've got your white, you've got your silver grey, and then you've got your glitter. So you'll see that I use this glitter felt quite often, which is quite a rigid one, but this is the nice super soft glitter felt, and it's got a real lovely sparkle.
It's
Stitches
gorgeous.
nice. And the important thing in the pattern, I feel, is I give you 2 sheets of freezer paper which are pre-printed. All the leaves are pre-printed on there, so none of that tracing or anything. You just roughly cut them out, iron them onto your felt, and you're good to go. So when you were saying about we are time precious, that's taken one step out of the project for you.
It's great, isn't it? Absolutely fantastic. You get that pattern, and of course you can remake those. Be prepared for your friends to say, can you make me one? Can you make me one?
Well, the autumn one especially, I had lots of customers saying, oh, I made one and then everybody loves it and now I've got to make one for somebody else and that. So,
can we make and sell your projects
of
when
course,
we've made them?
Of course. I positively encourage it and that because it's nice to share the love with people that may not sew themselves.
Absolutely.
And I think sometimes they appreciate it more, don't they? Because they know they can't do it and that. But
Totally agree.
Yeah, definitely.
Just remember, please, the pattern is yours and yours alone. No photocopying and no lending. Lending is the same as photocopying. It's just for your personal use.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Because you are an independent business.
Exactly, that is only me, and this is my business.
We've got to support you.
And I need to feed my whippets.
Oh, do you have whippets?
Yeah, 3 of them.
Oh, love a whippet.
Yeah, yeah. And they are hungry. Despite looking skinny, they are hungry.
Constantly, like teenagers, constantly eating.
Yeah.
Right, brilliant. Okay, if you want, be quick on that pattern. I've only got teens left now. You've been shopping ahead. If you do want just the pattern, and remember, buying the pattern still gets you entered into that draw to win everything kit-wise and pattern-wise in this hour. £9.99 for that. All right, also, if you want the downloadable pattern, yep, that counts too. That will get you an enter into our prize draw. £9.99 for the digital. Wonderful.
Well done.
Very good, very good. Now, next up, let's do Mr. Christmas Cushion. Mr. Claus. Mr. Claus. I'm going to grab Mr. Claus. Grab Mr. Claus. He is super. Now, when I saw him, cushion, possibly doorstopper.
Yeah, yeah.
With something heavy in the bottom.
Popped a bit of weight in the bottom. You could definitely make him into a doorstop.
But look, on the back, got a little pocket and you can personalise. Do I need to buy the alphabet separately?
No, no, alphabet's in there, so you can personalise it to your heart's content. So you can put anything on there. And of course, when you've got the pattern, you've got the full alphabet to use for other projects as well.
Do you know what I would pop in there?
What's
My
that?
letter to Santa.
Oh, yeah, yeah, that would be lovely.
You imagine having this made and when the grandchildren come round, get them to with you to write a letter to Santa and then post it.
Pop it in there.
What a fun thing to do.
Yeah, that's a lovely idea. That's a lovely idea.
Gorgeous. So in the kit, what do we get?
So everything, again, is in there for you. So you get your full pattern and all your templates. So then
Fabulous.
you've got your black fleece. That's for your his belt. You've got the white for his moustache and his beard. You've got a rather large piece of red. That's for its body. You've got the bias binding, and that's to the little trim for the pocket. I could have just folded the pocket over, but I thought, oh no, I want a little bit of something on there.
Mm-hmm.
Then you've got some felt for his face. You've got your little bag of loveliness, as I call it, with your eyes in there, his nose and the holly. You've got your
Is that
glitter
Dad?
felt. That's Dad.
Dad, thank
Yeah.
you. Just want to acknowledge the dads.
Yeah, Mum does the cutting the lengths of things. So if there's ribbon in the kit, Mum is involved,
Fabulous.
and then Dad is involved in the rest of them. And I couldn't manage without them. Bless
You
them.
thought you were retiring? Oh no.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh no.
It's
That's
nice,
wonderful.
isn't it? Yeah, supporting their daughter. So
Yeah.
that's really
cool.
that's really lovely.
Yeah.
And that.
You're keeping them out of mischief, Gail, I've no doubt.
Exactly, exactly. So who'd have thought that my dad would ever be popping buttons and beads in bags? But there you
Gail,
go.
can I just ask, do you get that massive piece of silver
Well, you're going to put the name on the back as well.
Oh, of course,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
But, I mean, that is
so you
brilliant
do-
value.
Yeah, so you do get a large piece because
Yeah.
because of the name on the back as
Oh,
well.
that's fab.
Yeah, and then full instruction with your full-size templates and that in the pattern.
Oh, it's
and
fab.
he's nice and easy, quite straightforward to make. And like I said, you can make him, I think I've got a sample here. So if you're making to sell, you know, when we were saying about making to sell, then why not make him without the pocket?
Yeah, for sure.
Because then that would save the amount of fleece that you used.
Yeah.
Obviously reduce the length of time and you haven't got to put the name on there. So you can make him with or without the pocket. And like you said, if you wanted to put the extra weight, then what I would do is the base piece here, cut 2 out of calico, use that piece, but sew on the sew around it with a seam allowance and that, because then that makes it slightly smaller, doesn't it? And then fill it with like fish tank gravel or something, pop that in the base, and then it will stand nicely. I mean, they stand relatively well.
He says.
Yeah.
Yes, they do.
He's had a sherry or two.
People will leave them out.
Yeah, they stand relatively well without it, but it was designed as a cushion, so it's nice and soft, but it's your project, so you can do what you want with it, really, can't
Yeah,
you?
for sure. Absolutely. I think it's absolutely gorgeous. That is Mr. Claus. If you want the pattern on its own, we've got that. We've got that.
That's yours.
I'll take that for
Thank
you.
you.
Thanks. Don't
Thank
forget
you.
someone's going to win all of the kits, all of the patterns.
Yeah, everything, but not my finished samples. I keep saying that because I just don't want somebody to be disappointed and wonder why they didn't get Mr. Claus and McFree's and that. So yeah, you'll still have to make them yourself, but you get everything that's on the counter.
That is the fun. $9.99 for the physical pattern. If you prefer a digital download, then use this code instead. This one. This one. There we go. There it is. There it is.
They're
And quite a
beautifully
quick and
printed
easy
as
make.
well, aren't they? Beautifully printed by you, aren't they?
I mean, they are, not by me personally, obviously, but they'd be awful if I did them. Yes, they are beautifully printed. Yeah, really lovely. Now, next up, we're going to do McFree's, which is, this is gorgeous. Look at that. I love the way his eyes are just peeping out from under the brim of his hat.
Yeah. So we love a snowman. I like a snowman. So at Christmas time, and you can have fun with this. So if you were making more, you could maybe use up your stash of fabrics to have different colour scarves and theme him and that.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
And again, like the Santa, so you've got all your fleeces in there. So all the different colours, and then you've got your piece of bias for the back for your pocket, some orange for his nose. And then I just will point out, you do get all of the snowflakes, the 2 different sizes, and the eyes and the holly and everything, but the buttons, the colour does vary.
Okay.
So you might get blue, you might get red, you might get green, yellow, but at all different colours. And then you get your glitter felt that I used. I just put Frosty on the back. You can put whatever name you want on there. And I used a little tiny bit of it to decorate in the snowflakes as well, because I just thought I'd give it a little bit of sparkle. You don't have to, but I just don't like to waste anything.
No, I think it's absolutely brilliant. So characterful and fun.
Well, I did some pocket cushions before, some animals, cats and dogs and things. And I thought they were good for putting, originally my idea was that children would put books in them, you know. But then people were saying, no, put a mobile phone in there, put the remote control off the TV in there, things like that. Or you could put gift vouchers in there.
That's a nice
idea. So that would be nice. But I do like your letter to Santa idea.
Oh, that'd be fun.
That was the best.
It's a fun idea. Do you want a joke? 2 snowmen in a field. One nudges the other and went, "Can you smell carrots?"
Well done. I wasn't sure where that was going, but you kept it clean.
Love it. You can have that.
Thank you.
Have that.
I'll save that. I put it in my Christmas crackers.
The rest of the crew just sneered at me.
Oh.
I know. That's what I have to put
Yeah,
up with.
they're too young, Stuart.
I've done the BBC, you know. I've done Channel 4. Right, we've also got the pattern on its own, if you would like.
We have indeed.
£9.99 for Mr. McFreeze, if you don't mind. They call me Mr. McFreeze.
And again, they're easy to make. So if you're new to sewing, we were talking about fleece this morning. It's very forgiving. The stitches all sort of disappear into the fleece, so so you don't see them and that. So
even if you wobble a bit, it doesn't matter.
No.
I think that I love your idea about using different coloured fleeces for the scarves and the buttons as well, or even knitting them.
Yeah, knitting it. That would be really lovely. You can add your own personal touches to it, can't you?
Yeah,
I think that's the good thing. I try to say to people, I'm giving you a starting point. And then you can go off and add your own little take to it.
Totally, make it yours. If you want a digital download, we'll give you that code. You get the same pattern, and that way then, if you want to, you can leave all the instructions on your iPad, just print off the templates.
Yeah, and what I like about the digital download is you can print the templates off several times, can't you? So, you know, sometimes, I mean, we've all done it, haven't we? We've cut things out and then we've dropped them, lost them, you know, and whatever. So with the digital, you can keep on printing the templates off. So if you lose one, like I do, or sew it into something, or...
It happens.
Yeah.
Right, next up, been very popular, winter waddle.
Yeah.
Winter waddle. Oh, this is so cute. Look.
So I thought the irony of it, because he's a penguin, he might be cold and he might need warming up. Yeah. So he might need a little hot water bottle to keep him toasty.
Absolutely brilliant, isn't it?
And I've moved away from fleece with this one. So we've got fleece for his hat and that, but I've ventured into, I might be living to regret this, but cuddle.
Yeah.
So it's
almost like a sort of faux fur.
Yeah, it's a lovely, lovely fabric, but I will forewarn you all, it's got a little bit of fluff in there. So that's what your sellotape is for. So once it's stitched, with no fluff. But when you're cutting, and I'll show you a few techniques in it, when you're cutting, you do get a little bit of fluff off there. Okay. And if we look at the fur, so fluff, cuddle, whatever you want to call it, it's got, it looks different on both sides. So this side is quite smooth and so soft though, isn't it?
Gorgeous.
You haven't got touchable TV, unfortunately. Yeah. And then on the other side, it's more sort of furry. Now, it's entirely up to you which side you want. It's double-sided fabric, so you decide which side you like. I went for this side as my outside because I liked this more.
That's the sort of smoother
side.
Shorter pile. I would go that side too.
So I went that side and this was on the inside. But again, it's up to you. What I always say to people is choose your side and then be consistent. And the same as you can see, when I'm rubbing my hand over it, okay, it has got like a direction of pile then, hasn't it? So when you cut your pieces, try to keep everything the same way, and then you'll have the same look all over it. I mean, he's a little penguin and he's a fun item. Exactly. You're not dressmaking here. So
don't overthink it.
Yeah, but I like to try to keep everything the same way. But yeah, you get that wonderful fur fluff in there.
Great.
You get all the felts that you need in there, hot water bottle, beak, feet. You get the little bit of red for the little heart, because I put a little heart on him, because he's got cold hands, warm heart.
Warm heart.
Or cold flippers.
I bet he makes great pastry, though.
Oh, yeah. You need a cool hand for pastry.
Cold hands, cold flippers.
Yeah. So what do you reckon he makes, though, with his pastry?
Mince pies.
Oh, right. Not like a little...
Obviously.
Not a little fish pie. Not a little...
Well, maybe, true.
Yeah. And then, so in there you've got a little bit of calico, that's to do the weighted base, okay? And then to make life super easy with this kit, I've given you a piece of heat and bond, that's to fuse his belly and that on.
Oh, brilliant.
And I've given you a piece of freezer paper, and that's to make it easier to cut his feet and the hot water bottle.
Just don't muddle them up.
Yeah. You'll know which one it is because I'll show you its demo now. And then you've got your little bag of embellishments in there, the white fleece, and then the lovely stripy fleece.
That's gorgeous.
And then something to consider with the stripy fleece. Yes, it has got a stripe in there, okay, and you can spend ages if you want agonising over matching the stripe for his hat. or you can just let caution
Yeah.
to the wind.
Yeah.
You know, I matched it because people would say you didn't match it,
it.
Gail. But it's just a little hat, isn't there? So let's not get too hung up on things. I'd like to think that my projects are enjoyable and that you don't need to spend hours worrying about.
Absolutely. Waddle the Penguin has sold out now if you wanted the kit. Too late, I'm afraid. But you can still get the pattern on its own for $9.99. It's been very popular. You spotted him. You spotted him.
You could make him in fleece as well. So the fact that I made him in cuddle, I made him because sometimes I just like to give people options to try different fabrics, because you know sometimes people are scared by fabrics.
Absolutely.
So I like to put the odd little thing in here or there to encourage you to try other fabrics.
Yeah.
But he would equally look just as lovely in black fleece.
Yeah, because that a red cuddle would be really nice for Santa.
Yeah,
wouldn't
yeah.
it? You know, and you can mix and match.
Yeah, yeah. So.
If you want the digital pattern, here are the details. There you go. Brill. Now, if you want to make the whole family, now that's not including waddle, I'll show you. You've got the big, pattern only this time, middle and baby. It's just a baby.
Just a baby.
It's just a baby. We've got the pattern. This is for the Christmas huddle. I love that the middle-sized one is knitting.
Yeah.
Obviously. Brilliant. And wearing earmuffs. The pattern, now I wasn't expecting $9.99, were you? Because that's 3 different sizes and all those different parts, but you're paying just $9.99 for all 3 sizes in your pattern. Fabulous value. This is a big pattern too.
It is. So you've got Dad. Dad's gone out to collect the Christmas tree. You've got Mum at home knitting. There is instructions in there as well on how to knit.
Really?
The little band and that on there. And then you've got Baby who's just wrapped himself in some of the Christmas lights from the tree. So I would have kitted it, but there's so much in there, it would make the kit so expensive.
Yeah.
So I've only ever done a pattern for this little trio. And then this year, because lots of people love the penguins, I did go off-piste and make a little huddle and that. But I just think collectively, if you've got huddle, then who wouldn't want the rest of the family to join in? And again, you could make loads of like little ones, or even the little one, you could probably get away with a little string on the top for Christmas decorations, or you could make to sell and that. So the patterns, it's got a lot in there then.
Yeah.
Because you've got the template for the Christmas tree, so the Christmas tree could be handy to use for applique, you know, and you've got all the little hearts, all different size hearts.
Yeah.
Yeah, so break your pattern down, think about all the things, and you can see this one, I've put the feet on the bottom, you know, and the others have got the feet. So it's the same with Waddle, you could make him with the feet on the bottom if you wanted. So yeah, and the instructions for the earmuffs, yeah, it's all in there.
It's a brilliant pattern.
Yeah, and I made these out of like a super soft cuddle fabric as well, just because I could.
Yeah, for sure. Excuse me. Now, don't forget, if you're buying Christmas huddle pattern, you're in the draw. You could win everything. So even though you might have missed out on Winter Waddle kit, someone is going to win the last remaining Winter Waddle kit and the Mr. Claus cushion kit and the Mr. McFreeze cushion kit and everything else that's on the table, all the patterns, all the kits, just from buying one thing. And it could be the Christmas Huddle pattern. So that's absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's all good, isn't it?
Yeah, fabulous. Fabulous, that's that. Right. Shall we talk about the beautiful... Oh, sorry, we've got a digital pattern as well. Beg your pardon.
Oh.
Digital pattern then. Instant download. If you've not done it before, it's ever so easy. And then last of all in the hour, we have got the pattern for the fabulous quilt that's hanging behind us. Now, this is really beautiful, Gail.
Thank you.
This.
Thanks. So I've added, because it's a Christmas fabric, try not to think of it as being Christmas, because it could be in any colour at all, couldn't it? I think it's a really good pattern that lends itself to big, bold prints. So if you struggle with bold prints, you know, some of us, we love to buy Cafe and we love to buy Tula Pink and that, and then some of the prints are big and bold and we're not quite sure how to piece them together. This is a good little pattern to deal with that.
Yeah.
Because it's Christmas, I've added a few little extra bits in there. So I talked to you about how I inserted rickrack into the border, and I put some rickrack in here, and I've added a few buttons. That's sort of optional. And I put fleece on the back. I just did it because I could, but you don't have to put fleece on the back.
No, but the fringe on the around the edge is gorgeous.
Yeah, and I inserted an extra piece in there to make the fringe a little bit bigger. So you could put fleece on the back, or you could stick with traditional quilting and then you could just bind it. But you know, sometimes I think, Stuart, I don't know how you feel, but you know when you get some of these lovely border prints, I sometimes don't want to put a binding on there because it sort of cuts them off, doesn't it? So that's why I went for not doing that. But yeah, I'll give you a little demo on there. It's a really easy stack of
Fab.
weaving.
Should we do that now?
Yeah,
Let's do that now. So the pattern's £9.99, and as Gail said, I mean, absolutely beautiful and quick and easy in Christmas fabrics, but you could do this in anything. Japanese prints would look amazing.
Yeah.
Solids would look really cool.
Yeah. And imagine if you put something black or dark, like navy or whatever in there, then you get more of a stained glass effect.
Wonderful.
don't you?
Batiks. Oh, yes.
So it's a great way of using up your stash. If you've got a stash of fabric and you're like, oh, I'm not really sure what to do with it.
Yeah.
So I've got a little example of just a piece that I'm just going to show you. So that's that block. So that block there is here, but slightly larger,
that's
and
lovely.
just in different colours. So just wanted to show, just as an example, what it looks like in different colours, because sometimes you can get fixated on a quilt, can't you? Because you either like the fabric or you don't like the fabric. So I just brought that just to show you what it looks like in different fabrics.
It's really pretty.
Thank you. So in the pattern, this is going to be a bit of a whistle-stop explanation of how to do it. But in the pattern, you need 9 squares initially. So that's the good thing. So you choose your 9 fabrics. So if you've got a fat quarter bundle you didn't know what you wanted to do with, it's a good way to cut your 9 squares. And I've given you a little template on here. And the reason that I've given you this is I want you to put a little piece of each fabric into the 9 squares so you can always remember where they are in their stack. Because you know what we like? We mix things up. We answer the phone. We go and take the children somewhere, and we come back and we're like, oh, what number was what? So I get you to, this is only a mini version, okay? So I ask you to cut your 9 squares, number them, put a sticky label or a piece of paper with a pin into the center of each one, okay? And then do on the top, on your paper there, coordinate them. So once we've done that, we're going to slice through the 9 layers, okay? So if I just bring my stack in here. Now, in your pattern, I'll show you how you do the cuts. So I'll show you cut 1 here, and then as we go on, cut 2 and so on. Some of us will struggle to cut through 9 layers at the same
yes,
time.
absolutely.
Okay, so, and we want the line to be the same all the way along because we want to join the line. So what you can do, okay, as a tip, is cut a piece of paper the same size as your fabric and then draw this design on there. You'll want to number the cuts to match with your pattern. Okay, so then what you can do is you can fold and use that as your guide to cut your line.
Oh, what a clever idea.
And then just cut through 3 at a time maybe. Because you might get through the 9 right at the beginning, but once we've put all the little pieces in as well, then you've got a lot of thickness there. And I don't know how you feel, but sometimes it can be a struggle, can't it, with multiple layers.
Yeah.
And another little tip as well, I haven't got a rotary cutter to hand, but when you cut through multiple layers, it's worth putting the rotary cutter on the fabric, okay, and just rocking back a little tiny bit and then going forward.
Okay.
Now, normally I would always say to people, never ever cut towards yourself. You should always be cutting away. But when you've got a big stack of fabric and then you've got a ruler on there and you go at it with a rotary cutter, you've got a bump, haven't you?
You do.
And then sometimes you go, oh, off here. Or so if you lay your rotary cutter right up to the edge of your ruler, because you'll have a ruler along here, okay, lay it, just press down and just rock back. When I say rock back, I'm talking a millimetre.
Yeah.
And then rock forward, then that will stop you doing that. And also, because you've got this piece of paper, if you decide to go down this route, you can just cut through 2 or 3 layers at a time.
It's a clever tip, I like that.
To make it easier for you. So once we've done that, okay, it will explain in the pattern. We're then going to take one piece of fabric from the top and we're going to place it at the bottom. And then we're going to join all the layers together. Now, some people thought that I'd used bias tape and put bias tape across the top of it, but I haven't. We've pieced all of this.
Okay.
So let me just bring the next bit in. So you can see there's my top layer.
Yep.
Okay. So you're going to cut 1-inch strips of fabric. You're going to lay the strip of fabric along your block. You need a tail on either end, okay? So just cut them so you've got a little bit more length, and then you're going to sew it on and then press it, okay? So we're pressing inwards because we want the 2 seams to be under the strip.
Lovely.
And then what that does is it pushes the strip upwards, doesn't it?
Pads it.
Yeah,
Lovely.
So when you come to sew the second strip on, okay, the temptation is to, and you'll know this, Stuart, the temptation is to line it up there, isn't there? But you don't want to be lining it up there, because when you sew the 1/4-inch seam allowance, it'll be out of kilter. So you want really like a little 1/4 of an inch extra up there. What I always say to people is you can always put your nail on there into 1/4 of an inch and just double check that you've got a straight edge there. You can trim the blocks up a little bit at the end if you want, but I don't want to be doing a lot of trimming because I don't want to lose all that lovely fabric. So then we're going to stitch that together, okay, like so. And then till we've got a pile like that. And as we go through the pile, see the numbers are still in the middle, because then when we've finished, we're going to layer them all back up. So number 1 is always at the top and number 9 is always at the bottom. And then once we've done that, we're going to do a second cut. Are you keeping up with me?
I certainly am.
Yeah. And we're going to do a second cut. And then eventually you're going to end up with 3 fabrics in there. And then you're going to take your piece of paper and you're going to do a third cut and then a 4th cut. And what you're actually going to end up in the end is 1 block that's got 9 separate fabrics in
like
there.
Sudoku.
Yeah, just
clever.
So you'll know you've gone wrong if you haven't got 9 different fabrics.
Fair enough.
In
Fair
the
enough.
block.
We don't want that.
But each time you realign the stack, it will tell you in the pattern how many layers you take from the top and put at the bottom. It's not always the first one.
No,
okay.
So presumably, as you're going along, if you want to add rickrack across a block, you do that before you sew the white
Exactly.
strips.
Yeah. You're well remembered there. Yeah. So you'll need to add your rickrack in, and then at the end, when you've got all your blocks, you could join them without any sashing in there. So in your pattern, you've got like a layout and that. And then when it comes to this, there's no right or wrong. You decide which way round they go then, and then you'll see where the fabrics are repeated. You might think, oh, I don't want the green, right next to one another, or I don't want this colour next to one another. So you can just keep rotating the blocks and have fun with it. Like I wouldn't do that because the red is next and that. So yeah, you just have fun setting out the blocks. But what I like about it is once you've chosen your background fabric, so for me this is white, I've just got my nine blocks of fabric that I like, and then I'm just away.
Yeah.
And I haven't got to do all that agonising, and also there's not loads of matching seams.
No, I think it's really lovely.
And worrying about anything. And
it's so fresh.
Yeah, so it's
gorgeous.
So I think a nice little pattern. I called it Cosy Christmas in a Weekend because you can make the quilt in a weekend.
Love the sound of that.
So that's where the theory of the name came from, because it's a nice little quilt. You'll cut your 9 blocks out on a Friday, and all your strips, put them to side, get up Saturday morning, and by Sunday you'll have a quilt.
There you go.
There we
I
go,
mean, not
just like that.
guaranteed. It depends how long you spend, you know, drinking tea and eating biscuits,
And then
Stuart.
sipping wine in the evening, sewing wonky lines and things.
Oh, yes. Wine after you've finished, I think.
Yeah.
Well, if you want the pattern, grab it, won't you? Cozy Christmas in a weekend, but equally, you could do that in so many different kind of genres of fabric, including your scraps.
Yeah, I've done it with a dark green background, really nice, and I did it in a Moda range. So Moda brought out a Christmas range once that wasn't overly Christmas, and then I did like a dark olive green between it, and then that's thrown over the back of the sofa. And although it's Christmassy fabrics, it doesn't look that Christmassy.
No. Very
So,
nice.
and I've had a few customers that have done table runners, just joining the blocks together.
3 blocks.
And then one lady did a bed runner for the end of the bed and that. So, you know what it's like, Stuart. You've made enough quilts. The possibilities are endless.
I have not.
You could use it for a cushion and that.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
know, and
Very
stuff like that.
versatile, yeah.
But yeah, I think it's a technique that I've done a few times. I've made a few quilts with it. I think once you've done it the once, you're like hooked on it because you get a quick result and one that's nice as well.
Well, I love the fact that you start basically with 9 squares of fabric. That's what you need to start with, 9 squares of fabric plus your border. And that's pretty impressive to make that quilt.
Yeah.
Love it. Right, keep going through for Cozy Christmas in a Weekend.
Super duper.
Now, we've got about 10 minutes. Anything else that you would like to demonstrate for us?
Shall we have a little look at Santa on that?
Love to, yes, please. So is that Mr. Claus
Mr.
cushion?
Claus, yeah.
Brill.
So I can talk about a few things while we do Mr. Claus cushion.
Yep. Very limited quantities left on the kit. If you want the pattern on its own, no problem. But if you want the kit, $27.99, I definitely would use him as a doorstop, weighted bottom, even something, I mean, I don't say a house brick because that would be a bit big, but if you'd got something sort of that kind of size and shape that you could put in the bottom.
I like fish tank gravel. One of the reasons I like it is when it's in the bottom, you can squidge it a little bit so you can make sure it sits nicely.
Is that what's in the bottom of? Yes, and that feels lovely, actually.
And you can sort of manipulate it then if you want them to stand and do whatever. And also, if you use rice or something, sometimes if it's near a door and you've got any damp or moisture, rice can be a bit of an issue. Whereas fish tank gravel, you haven't got to worry about anything. So your pattern. This is, I don't normally ask you to do this, but you have to with this one because I wanted Santa to be quite big and I was limited by the size of paper. I actually ask you to cut about 1/2 inch bigger all the way around your paper pattern. And then I ask you to cut out all your little elements. So we've got your bit of pink felt for the face. So we've got that. There's a little bit, this is not actually in your pattern, so I don't mislead you. You'll need a piece of Bondo web. Okay, so you're going to trace off your beard onto Bondo web and you're going to cut it out. That's for his beard. And then you've got...
it's almost life-size, that beard, isn't it?
Yeah, you could almost wear it yourself, couldn't you? It'd maybe a look into the future of where you could go.
Oh, don't say that. Just sort of, hang on. Wait a minute.
Suits you, sir. Oh, you need the tash as well.
Oh, ho.
You need the tash
ho,
as well.
ho, ho. I thought it was cute.
Oh, just still in a different world in there, aren't they? They need to be in the zone with us, don't they? They're not embracing the Christmas.
The little round nose.
Wow. So in your pattern, then you've got your template to cut your face, and then we were saying about the beard, and then you're going to fuse on the beard. I just wanted to do a little thing here, if I can find my bits and pieces. Where have I put them? Oh, there we are, they're in hiding. I wanted to reassure people about fusing fleece. Okay, so I don't want you to panic and think, oh, I don't know if I can I don't know if I can fuse fleece. So you're going to trace your pattern onto some heat and bond in there. I've done that, and I've already ironed it onto this. So we're just going to skip one step, and then I'm going to cut this out. This is just a little piece of the beard, and the reason that I'm cutting this out is, you know, like when you buy fleece clothes, they tell you shouldn't iron them, don't they? Well, I just want to reassure people that you can iron them. Okay, so I get a piece of my fleece, and if you've got creases in the fleece as well, you can iron it.
I suppose, do you have to be a little careful about the temperature that you iron fleece at?
Yeah, so fleece is recycled plastic bottles. So the thing with it is plastic, so you can melt it. But I found if you put a pressing cloth over the top, then that normally sorts out all your problems.
Yeah.
Okay, and then also what I would do, not sure, because this is a new iron to me, and I haven't read the instructions.
Right, what do you want?
Steam.
Yes. So
Is
it
it
does
already
have
on there?
Yeah, it has a water reservoir, and then you're absolutely right. You can put steam at the front, steam at the back, or both together to give a blast of steam. But it just hasn't got any water.
Oh
in
no,
it.
I put water in there before the show. Yeah, I put water in before the show, but I didn't actually read any of the instructions. So, but I am coveting the iron. Actually, we were in class, and I'm in a little quilting group, and we were all coveting the tin that it comes in.
Oh, it's the tin. We had some people messaging, which did make us all giggle, saying, "I recently bought a beautiful K-facet tin, and when it arrived, it came with a free iron."
Wow, nice.
Which we did think was a fun way of looking at it.
That is really good.
Yeah.
Yeah, so then what I will do is if I'm concerned about it at all, I'll just turn my fleece over, and then I'll give it a little iron on the back as well, because then you get the heat, don't you, from the back next to the heat and bond in there.
Are you going to stitch it anyway?
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
secure.
so you're going to stitch it down anyway. But I just wanted to reassure people that you can iron it. You can iron, and it will stick down fine. And you're going to do the same thing with the penguin as well. So the penguin's going to be the same. So don't worry about fusing onto this. It will fuse fine onto there.
Great.
So once we've done that, we can pop all our bits on. So you can see here's one that I prepared earlier. So I've got his little felt face. Notice I'm keeping roughly about half an inch away from the edge, because this is going to be my seam allowance. And don't worry about the top or whatever, because it's going to have a hat on and it's going to cover everything. And then with the belt and that, I've just done a little zigzag stitch in black. And then I've done, I've used invisible thread for his buckle. You could use a grey thread if you haven't got it invisible. And then around the edge of his beard, it's entirely up to you. You could satin stitch if you wanted, but you know what? I think a zigzag stitch is fine.
Yeah,
and if we turn over to the back, you can see I've just used the same colour thread apart from black on there. And the reason I put black thread on the back of this and black on the front is because if you did have an issue and you pull the thread up a little bit, you definitely don't want to see little white bits come in through there, do you? And then I ask you to cut a little pocket. So you're going to cut a little strip of red fleece, that's for your pocket. And then with your, what do we call it?
Bias binding.
We're going to stitch that to the edge of the pocket. If you're making to sell, there's no reason why you can't just turn over the edge. You know, that will save you some cost. And then it's entirely up to you as well. It's nice if you hand stitch that down, isn't it? But you can just whack it through the machine. It's never quite as lovely, but yeah, needs must through the machine. Yeah, so you can finish that off. In the pattern as well, I'll tell you all about, you get all the full alphabet. So again, I've used freezer paper to cut mine out because it's really handy, and then you can put whatever you want. So, yeah, I don't know where my N and my T has gone, but could have had Stuart on there, couldn't we? But didn't think ahead, did I?
And you said my N and my T. I was thinking Sanat. Yes, that's a cute name, Sanat. Sorry.
It's all right.
I've been up a long time.
I'm not saying anything because my spelling is absolutely atrocious. I didn't. I'm not gifted with spelling.
I wish you'd say to the kids at school, as long as you're making yourself understood, that is what matters in life. Make yourself understood. Make yourself heard.
Well, do you know what I do? I blame my parents.
Oh, no.
Yeah,
Yes.
because they sent me to a Welsh school.
Okay.
And the beauty of speaking fluent Welsh is all phonetic. So you spell everything like you say it.
Oh, do you?
So I adopt that into the English language.
Yeah, I think that's fair enough.
Yeah.
I can't say I blame you.
Not all my customers agree with that, but I do adopt that into the English language. So then in your pattern, I explain all of this, but I actually put the pocket to the front like that. I turn it over and then I trim off the excess. And then this is something that I do quite often. Make a mess is one of them. I then cut a rectangle of fleece, and then I put the two layers together and then sew around there. I don't cut another piece because I always find, Stuart, that way I haven't got to worry about matching all the edges up. And then you can just turn through, and here's one that I can turn through like so, and then I can add the eyes. How are we doing for time? Have we got
about a minute or two.
Where did that time go?
I know,
Where
it
did
does.
That time
It flies
go?
by.
Oh, I know. And then the safety eyes in there, so you can put safety eyes in there. The moustache is made like I showed you today with the snowmen, sew all the way around, make a little incision and stuff it. You were wearing it nicely earlier. Yeah, and you've got a little pom-pom in there as well for the nose. Suits you. And the instructions are in there for the hat as well. So everything's really, really simple and straightforward, and that. So
I do think this is when having that fleece, that little bit of stretch, that little bit of give, really, really helps, isn't it?
Exactly.
Putting in that base.
And then the hat hides any little edges and that. Once his eyes and his nose and everything's all on there, he becomes Santa. A little bit of rouge for his cheeks. Gorgeous. And then, as if by magic, there he is.
There he is.
All done and
the
dusted.
big man himself.
Yeah.
Fabulous. Fabulous. Thank you, Gail.
You're very welcome.
It's been an absolute joy. Don't forget, I will say it one last time, if you buy anything from this hour, you will go into a prize draw to win everything off the table, all of the kits, all of the patterns, because we are celebrating having Gail Penberthy here with us at SewingStreet for over a year now, and you have generously donated all these prizes. Now, we are going to go to tomorrow's menu and see what's coming up. Oh, I say, hello, it's the Caster Spitting Image. 8 a.m, it's the Amber Makes Block of the Month with Rebecca Reed. Now, at 9 o'clock, you've seen the advert, love it. It's the Christmas jumper launch. Best advert we've ever had on this channel, I think. At 9:30, it's the Cotswold Arboretum Cushion and Tote Bag with Delphine Brooks. And then at 10:30, it's Sew Motion with Louisa Galt. 12 o'clock, Sandy Gervais Ivy Reese collection Ebb and Flow quilt with Delphine Brooks. Now, I can't go without mentioning, at 8 o'clock this morning, I launched volume 3 of We Love Quilting, the third in my quilt series. You get 3 full quilt patterns: the Feathered Star Medallion, Log Cabin in the Woods, Star in the Cabin, and also the Scrappy Lemoyne Star quilt. Lots of new techniques, lots of know-how, and some history and anecdotes as well. So make sure you keep up with volume 3 of We Love Quilting. From me and Gail and everybody here at SewingStreet, have a lovely afternoon. Stick around for Hobby Maker. I will see you very soon.